Senate will come to order. The senators will please take their seats. The senators and all in attendance will please stand and be led in prayer by the Honorable T. Montgomery Mason, 1st Senatorial District. Following the prayer, all will please remain standing and be led in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America by Nathan Hatfield, Assistant Clerk, Links, Senate Clerk's Office.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, a reading from Psalms 46, verse 1 through 5. God is our refuge and strength, a very present help in trouble. Therefore we will not fear, though the earth gives way, though the mountains be moved into the heart of the sea, though its waters roar and foam, though the mountains tremble at its swelling. There is a river whose streams make good the city of God, the holy habitation of the Most High. God is in the midst of her, she shall not be moved. God will help her when morning dawns. Let us pray. God, help us find strength and courage to face each day, strength and courage to tackle the pressing issues that we all face, strength and courage to do the best we can for our families, our friends, and our constituents. Help us understand that we are always better when we work together, even through and with our differences. And help us remember that we have far more in common than we have that divides us. God bless those connected with this body, this Commonwealth, and this nation. Amen.
Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that the rules of the Senate be suspended to allow senators to vote pursuant to the stipulations laid out on the first day of this legislative session.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall the rules be suspended? All in favor of suspending the rules will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 37, noes 0.
Ayes 37, noes 0. The rules are suspended. The clerk will call the roll. All those in attendance will please record their vote aye.
Senator Norman, how do you vote?
Senator Norman votes aye.
The clerk will close the roll.
You have a quorum, Mr. President. Senate Journal for Tuesday, February 2nd, 2021.
Senator from Fauquier, Senator Vogel moves that the reading of the journal be waived. All in favor of waiving the reading of the journal will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote?
Senator Norman, how do you vote?
Senator Norman votes aye.
The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 30, noes 9.
Ayes 30, noes. Ayes 30, noes 9. The reading of the journal is waived. The clerk will report any communication from the House of Delegates. The senior senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, I move we waive the reading of the communications from the House of Delegates.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the reading of the communication from the House of Delegates be waived? All in favor of waiving the reading will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? It's frozen. Great. I think we're good. Question is, shall the reading of the communication from the House of Delegates be waived? All in favor of waiving the reading will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote?
Senator Norman, how do you vote?
Senator Norman votes aye.
Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 37, noes 2.
Ayes 37, noes 2. The reading of the communication from the House of Delegates is waived. The clerk will report any communication from the governor.
We do not have any, sir.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Senator from Lynchburg, Senator Peake.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent to introduce a joint resolution relating to, and I have two. The first one is commending Rebecca Carter, and the second one is celebrating the life of Pamela Sprouse Palmore.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall the Senate grant unanimous consent to introduce a memorial and a commending resolution by Senator Peake? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The consent of the Senate is granted to introduce the two resolutions. It's frozen again. The senior senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, just a couple of things. First, I want to welcome back the senator from Clark, Senator Vogel. I was tempted to say Typhoid Mary, but I didn't. But welcome back, and I'm glad to hear that your whole family is doing well now. That was quite a ride. And also, on behalf of everybody, we want to wish a happy birthday to Lindley Griffin, the clerk's office.
Hey, Lindley.
Happy birthday.
Is there any other business to come in the morning hour? Do any senators wish to be recognized? Seeing none, the clerk will call the calendar.
Senate calendar for Wednesday, February 3rd, 2021. Uncontested calendar, House bills on third reading.
Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, I move that all House bills on third reading on the uncontested calendar, pages 1 and 2, HB 1743 through 1949, be advanced to their final passage in a block after the adoption of any amendments thereto, and any senator desiring to remove a bill from the block, please do so after the clerk has read the number of the bill.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the House bills on the uncontested calendar, third reading, pages 1 through 2, House Bill 1743 through House Bill 1949, be placed upon their final passage in a block after the adoption of any amendments thereto, with the understanding that any senator desiring a bill be removed from the block will do so after the clerk has read the number of the bill. All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. The bills are before us in the block. The clerk will read the number of the bills.
House Bill 1743, reported from the Committee on Local Government. House Bill 1768, reported from the Committee on Local Government. House Bill 1825, reported from the Committee on Local Government. House Bill 1927, reported from the Committee on Local Government. House Bill 1949, reported from the Committee on Local Government.
For what purpose, Senator from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline rise.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd ask that House Bill 1825 on page 2 please come out of the block.
Thank the senator. Without objection, House Bill 1825 will be removed from the block.
Mr. President.
The junior senator from Chesterfield, Senator Chase.
Thank you, Mr. President. Could House Bill 1927 also come out of the block, please?
Thank the senator. Without objection, House Bill 1927 will be removed from the block. Question is, shall the House bills pass in a block? That is all bills except for House Bills 1825 and 1927. All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote?
Senator Norman, how do you vote?
Senator Norman votes aye.
Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The bills in the block pass.
Returning to House Bill 1825.
Senator from Accomack, Senator Lewis.
Mr. President, could they go by for just a minute while I find my cheat sheet?
Without objection, bills will go by temporarily.
You want 1927 by?
I think so as well. Senator from Accomack, Senator Lewis, do you want both bills to go by temporarily, 1927 as well?
Yes, please, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. Without objection.
Regular calendar, House Bill on third reading, House Bill 1859, a bill relating to financing clean energy and other programs when owner cost incurred. Reported from the Committee on Local Government.
Senator from Accomack, Senator Lewis. Senator, want that to go by temporarily?
No, I've got it. I found the cheat sheet.
Senator, is the floor.
Mr. President, members of the body, House Bill 1859 changes the parameters for local ordinances authorizing loan contracts. This deals with CPACE, by the way, contracts for the installation by property owners of clean energy, resiliency, or stormwater management improvements. The bill provides that if the property owner incurred the costs of improvements to be refinanced or reimbursed within 2 years of the locality's issuance of a certificate of occupancy or other evidence that the clean energy, resiliency, or stormwater management improvements comply substantially with the plans and specifications approved, the loan amount may include the total cost of the improvements to be refinanced or reimbursed. This bill removes the requirement that the applicable local ordinance include the proposed interest rate for the loan program and the maximum aggregate dollar amount that may be financed with respect to the property. It provides that no loan offered under this program shall be used to improve a residential dwelling that contains fewer than 5 units or a residential condominium. And that is the bill. And with that, I move the bill pass.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 1859? Seeing none, the question is, shall House Bill 1859 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote?
Senator Norman, how do you vote?
Senator Norman votes no.
Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 26, noes 12. Rule 36-1.
Ayes 26, noes 12. Rule 36-1. House Bill 1859 passes.
And Mr. President, I'm sorry, Mr. President, if you'd like to do the others, I can do them now, or?
Madam Clerk, we'll return to those?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
House Bill 1825.
Senator from Accomack, Senator Lewis.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. Mr. President, members of the Senate, House Bill 1825 came at the request of the City of Virginia Beach. It amends provisions related to bond issuance for the Virginia Beach Sports and Entertainment Project. The bill enables bonds to be issued with maturities no later than the expiration of the City of Virginia Beach's entitlement to certain sales and use taxes, and clarifies the authority of the City of Virginia Beach to issue refunding bonds. With that, Mr. President, I move the bill pass.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 1825? Seeing none, the question is, shall House Bill 1825 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote?
Senator Norman, how do you vote?
Senator Norman abstains on this vote.
The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 35, noes 3. Rule 36-1.
Ayes 35, noes 3. Rule 36-1. House Bill 1825 passes.
House Bill 1927.
Senator from Accomack, Senator Lewis.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. Move the bill passes. Speaking to that motion.
Senators, the floor.
Mr. President, House Bill 1927 deals with economic development authorities in Fairfax County and allows the county to appoint 9 rather than 7 commissioners to the Economic Development Authority. The testimony before the committee, Mr. President, was that it had been decades, I believe, since that body had expanded its membership, while obviously the population of Fairfax County has exploded. So with that, Mr. President, I renew my motion that House Bill 1927 pass.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 1927? Seeing none, the question is, shall House Bill 1927...
Mr. President.
The junior senator from Chesterfield, Senator Chase.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to speak against House Bill 1927.
Senators, the floor.
Mr. President, I just have a grave concern, as I have expressed numerous occasions before the Local Governments Committee, regarding the lack of accountability and transparency as it regards to economic and industrial development authorities. And I'm concerned, Mr. President, that we are actually increasing and enlarging an unelected government group from 7 to 9 people. I think we need more accountability before I'm comfortable with these EDAs. I do support economic development, but I have a lot of heartburn over EDAs. Thank you.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall House Bill 1927 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote?
Senator Norman, how do you vote?
Senator Norman votes aye.
Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 1.
Ayes 38, noes 1. House Bill 1927 passes.
Regular calendar. Senate bills on third reading. Senate Bill 1170, a bill relating to additional local sales and use tax to support schools.
Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate the Senator from Bedford reconsidering this bill, and I move it to pass. And speaking to the bill, sir.
Thank you, Senator. Do it.
Speaking to the bill, sir.
Oh, Senator, has the floor.
Thank you very much. I learned the definition of misspeak yesterday. The senior senator from Chesterfield asked me a very fair question, and that was whether or not there was a referendum attached to this bill for the Isle of Wight County to add, to increase their sales use tax to support the construction of 2 new schools. I misspoke and indicated it did not require a referendum. Upon reviewing and reading the bill more carefully, I found that on line 241 of the bill, it made explicit reference that said that no county may enact this type of increase in the general sales and use tax except as authorized by a referendum that is laid out in the subsequent code section. So I apologize for the misspeak, but this piece of legislation would require that there be a referendum before the Isle of Wight Board of Supervisors could enact an ordinance imposing it. So with that, Mr. President, I would respectfully ask that Senate Bill 1170 pass.
Thank you, Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 1170?
Mr. President,
The junior senator from Chesterfield, Senator Chase.
respectfully, if it would be okay for the patron, could that bill just temporarily go by so I have a chance to look at it?
Without objection, Senate Bill 1170 will go by temporarily.
Senate Bill 1235, a bill relating to Department of Health, certain communications prohibited. Reported from the Committee on Education and Health, and there is a floor amendment.
Senator from Lynchburg, Senator Peake.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. President. I would ask that we reconsider the vote by which the bill was ordered to be engrossed and advanced to its 3rd reading.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the vote by which the bill was ordered engrossed in advance to its 3rd reading be reconsidered? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote?
Senator Norman, how do you vote?
Senator Norman votes aye.
The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Ayes 39, noes 0. The motion is agreed to. Senator from Lynchburg, Senator Peake.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. President. I would now ask that we waive the reading of the floor amendment.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the reading of the floor amendment be waived? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The reading of the floor amendment is waived. Senator from Lynchburg, Senator Peake.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. Now I'd ask that we agree to the floor amendment, and I would like to explain the floor amendment.
Senator, it's the floor.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. President. I've been working on this bill, and I've been trying to make some changes. We made some amendments earlier to limit this so it wouldn't include health-related matters. We limited it to sexual education matters, and then I had some people bring me some concerns that minors might not be able to discuss certain issues with health school nurses, health professionals, and things like that. And that is the purpose of the amendment, so that this bill specifically excludes any application to school nurses, physicians, Virginia Department of Health employees, or anyone talking to our minors regarding medical issues, pandemics, state of emergencies, medical outbreaks, or anything. So I think that this amendment addresses many of those concerns that were brought to me.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding the floor amendment? For purpose, Senator from Arlington, Senator Favola, rise.
Mr. President, I actually would have a question of the patron when we get to the passage of the bill.
Thank the senator. For purpose, Senator from Bass, Senator Deeds, rise.
Mr. President, would the senator from Lynchburg yield for a question?
Will Senator yield?
Yes, sir, Mr. President.
Senator Yield, you have the floor.
Mr. President, I would say to the gentleman, I'm trying to understand this amendment. the latter part of it reads, or any declared state of emergency related to a communicable disease of public health threat.
I believe that should say or public health threat. I would think you're correct.
So, Mr. President, would the gentleman yield for an additional question?
Senator Yield? Senator Yield for a question. Senator Peake?
Oh, absolutely. Yes, sir, Mr. President.
Senator Yield, you have the floor.
So if a school nurse, physician, or Virginia Department of Health employee or agent were not inquiring about one of these conditions and were, for example, responding to the inquiry of a child who'd been assaulted at home or was subject to abuse, they'd be in violation of your statute, in violation of this language.
Senator's the floor.
No, sir. I disagree with that characterization.
Further question?
I don't have any other questions.
Mr. President.
Senator from Bedford, Senator Newman, rise.
The senator from Lynchburg, yield for a question.
Senator Yield.
Yes, sir, Mr. President.
Senator Yield, you have the floor.
Would you agree that the answer to the senator from Bath, if he was to ask why, is because of the language that is in the bill, which relates to the code sections that this bill applies to only? Is that correct?
Senator has the floor.
Yes, sir. And I was going to explain that when we got the substitute agreed, and I was going to explain the bill and go through it line by line and what I hope to accomplish with this bill. But the senator from Bedford is 100% correct.
Thank the senator. And it appears because of the issue we have with the floor amendment, language needed to be changed, Senator, if it's okay, could we have this bill go by temporarily? We'll have that change be made here and then come back to it.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. And we'll definitely get back to this one. So without objection, Senate Bill 1235 will go by temporarily.
Senate Bill 1165, a bill relating to abolition of the death penalty.
Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Servell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill pass. Speaking to the bill.
Senator's the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the bill that basically abolishes capital punishment in Virginia. I'm going to just walk you through the bill really quick, and then I'm going to tell you why you should vote for it. First of all, the bill redefines capital murder as being aggravated murder. It defines every aggravated murder as being a Class 1 felony, requires a judge to sentence every person convicted of aggravated murder to life in prison. The judge is then allowed to, if they want to, suspend some or none of that sentence, except in the case of murder, or aggravated murder of a law enforcement officer. The bill cleans up our code, eliminates any references to lethal injection, some of the secrecy laws we passed on that before. It also provides that anybody who is currently in prison who received the death penalty, their sentence is commuted to life in prison without parole, earned sentence credit, or geriatric parole. That's basically what the bill does. Mr. President, since our colony was founded, 1,389 people have been executed by our government in this state, more than any other governmental entity in the United States of America. The first execution in the New World, that was done by Europeans at least, was in 1608 at Jamestown. Captain George Kendall, he was shot for treason. Since capital punishment was reinstated, we've had about nearly 1,000 people executed in the country. Virginia has been number 2 only to Texas since capital punishment was reinstated after Furman versus Georgia. Today there's 2, again, as I said, 2 men on death row, but Virginia has not seen a jury impose a capital punishment sentence or death penalty sentence since 2011. From my perspective, there's, I think, 6 sort of categories of problems with capital punishment as it's administered today. First of all, there's been 174 people that have been exonerated after they received a death sentence. A lot of this has to do with the advent of DNA technology. I'm sure other technology will come along, but I believe it's estimated that for about every 10 death sentences that are rendered, one innocent person is convicted. That ought to just give you chills to think of the thousands of people in America who've been executed, how many of them were actually innocent, given those odds today and how things used to operate back in the day. But I cannot think of anything that's more awful, unspeakable, and wrong for a government to do than to use its power to execute somebody who didn't commit the crime they're accused of. The problem with capital punishment is that once it's inflicted, you can't take it back. It can't be corrected. It's the only punishment that we render that we can't correct for in some way. It's not something the money can solve because the person's already dead. Mr. President, the next thing I would note is that I don't think it's possible to have a fair trial today in our current environment when capital punishment's in play. Nationally, according to Gallup, 60% of Americans believe that life in prison is a better sentence than capital punishment when it comes to murder. You all may have seen the Wasson poll last week that polled Virginians that said 55%, I think it was maybe 58% of Virginians are now opposed to capital punishment. And just so you understand how it works, if you're sitting in a jury pool and one of the questions you get asked in a jury pool if it's a capital punishment case is, are you opposed to capital punishment? If you raise your hand, you're thrown off the jury. And one of the things our colony, now our state, led the world in was the adoption of a Declaration of Rights. It was one of the first things we did. My sort of constituent, George Mason, wrote the Virginia Declaration of Rights. And one of those rights is that you have a right to a trial of jury by your peers. When 58% of your peers are disqualified from serving on your jury, it's kind of hard to get a trial of jury by your peers. And in fact, what that ends up forcing is a selection of jurors that are not representative of your community. I mean, back in the day when maybe 10 or 20% of the public was opposed to capital punishment, maybe a little bit different. But today, when over half of America, half of our state, most Americans are opposed to this, I don't know how you can get a fair jury trial on that issue anymore. It's basically become impossible because public opinion has changed. It's changed a lot in the last 10 years. The next thing I'd say, the third issue I'd think is we ought to look at who we stand with today. Ask yourself, what other countries are still doing this? There's not a single other Western industrialized nation that's doing it. The country that leads the world, as far as we know, in executions is China. But we don't really know how many. We just know they do a lot, over 1,000. Next in line comes Iran. After that is Saudi Arabia, Iraq, Egypt, and then the USA. Right after us is Pakistan, and right on Pakistan's heels is Somalia. And if we'd had this discussion, 7, 8 years ago, we'd be standing there strong with ISIS. These are the countries that are still engaging in this practice. From my perspective, these are not the kinds of countries that we aspire to, both as a state and as a country. This is not a practice that we, I think, expect the rest of the world to emulate. When we think of America as being the beacon of hope and freedom that it is, and we ask other countries in the world to look at how we adjudicate our people and we look at how we treat other people in our society, this is not something to be proud of. And I think that Virginia can restore its leadership role in this state by being what will be, I think, the 23rd state in the country to eliminate this practice. Fourth issue, set of issues, has to do with equity. There is an indisputable connection between the death penalty and racial oppression. And that is impossible to deny. All you got to do is look at the statistics. You're much more likely to receive a death sentence if you kill somebody who's white and you're not. You're much more likely to get it if you're poor, if you're mentally disabled. You're much more likely to get it if you have a diminished IQ. You're much more likely to get it if you have a brain injury. This is, for the folks who end up commit murders often have different sorts of problems. Those problems put them in certain economic circumstances, and those things collectively often result in people getting a sentence that if they had the resources to defend themselves, they probably wouldn't get the death penalty. And that's also largely why now that the state has actually finally begun to invest resources in a capital defender service, you haven't seen a death penalty rendered in Virginia now in nearly a decade. Because once you give people good lawyers and you give jurors the information they need to make a decision, jurors suddenly realize that the death penalty, even people who are all pro-death penalty, look at these people and their circumstances and decide it's not really a fair outcome. Fifth set of issues I'd ask you to consider is how expensive this is. So the fiscal impact statement on this bill always drives me absolutely crazy. Every year I put this in, now I guess 2 years in a row I put this in, the fiscal impact statement comes back and says that by eliminating the death penalty, it will cost taxpayers $77,000. Because instead of killing somebody, we have to buy their food. And the $77,000 number, by the way, assumes, that's the average cost of a prisoner, but you don't have to shut down a prison to house these people, right? So the actual cost to not execute somebody is probably the cost of their food and maybe a little bit of electricity and some water or something. But in any event, I don't even buy the $77,000. But what that impact statement always leaves out is the $3.9 million a year we spend on the Capital Defender Service, which is spent to fight these kinds of cases. And the Capital Defender Service budget doesn't include the costs we spend for police officers who have to spend a lot of extra time in these cases, detectives, prosecutors. It doesn't cover the cost of expert witnesses that are retained for trial. You have substantial, massive expert witness costs in these cases when they go to trial. Time spent by jurors, by the clerk, by courts. None of that's included. And it's a lot of money. And I would just think that even if you assume the fiscal impact statement is correct, that we're going to spend $700,000 over 10 years to house these people instead of executing them. That's a lot cheaper than spending what is probably close to $40 million to have that option available over 10 years. And just think for a second what we could do with $40 million over 10 years and the difference that could make in Virginians' lives versus spending it to have this option available, which juries never use anymore. So just think about that as we allocate resources, part of what we have to do here. But it doesn't make sense from that point of view. And the last set of issues, Mr. President, what I would point out is that it has become virtually impossible to administer this sentence today, given what I think all of us aspire to in the traditions of our government in terms of openness. We adopted the Freedom of Information Act. I'm sure the senior senator from Fairfax can give me the date, but we try to do everything in our government as open as possible, subject to sunshine. Justice Louis Brandeis said that a stoplight, a street light, is the most effective policeman, and sunshine is the best disinfectant. And that's something I've always felt about when you're talking about the government spending taxpayer dollars and doing government business. Sunshine produces better results. In order for us to continue to do lethal injection, we've had to turn our sunshine laws on their head in order to continue this practice, because all the companies that manufacture the ingredients that allow us to snuff out a human life won't sell us the drugs anymore. And so we've had to resort to using compounding pharmacies that don't want their identity revealed because they're breaking their contracts with their European manufacturers. So now we have to hide everything from the public. And from my perspective, if there's any act that requires full and complete sunshine, disclosure, and information, it's putting out a human life. So this system we have has just become completely untenable. It just doesn't work anymore. And it's time to move on. Mr. President, we've been heading in this direction for a while now. The United States Supreme Court in 1987 said for the second or third time that a death sentence cannot be mandatory on a jury. We can't mandate it. The legislature can't make it a mandatory minimum sentence. In 2002, the U.S. Supreme Court said that we cannot impose a death sentence on anybody who's intellectually disabled. 2005, the U.S. Supreme Court said that it's no longer consistent with the Eighth Amendment cruel and unusual punishment prohibition to execute children. 2008, the U.S. Supreme Court said that we cannot use the death penalty as a punishment for crimes that do not involve a homicide. 2019, the U.S. Supreme Court said we cannot execute people suffering from dementia. It's just a matter of time, folks. And from my perspective, it's time that we move on. There's a dwindling number of states that do this, a dwindling number of countries that do it. Public opinion is now in support of abolishing capital punishment. Mr. President, I think it's time that we stand with the majority of Virginians now and all Americans, and we move on from this. Please vote green on this.
Thank the senator. For what purpose is the senator from Hampton, Senator Locke, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of Senate Bill 1165.
Senator, has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Equal Justice Initiative is a nonprofit organization in Montgomery, Alabama, founded and directed by attorney Brian Stevenson. The EJI provides legal representation to people who have been illegally convicted, unfairly sentenced, or abused in state jails and prisons. EJI strongly challenges the death penalty and excessive punishment. In perusing EJI's website, Mr. President, I was struck by one of the videos that was posted that stated the death penalty is lynching's stepchild. EJI researchers have documented 4,075 racial terror lynchings of African Americans in several states between 1877 and 1950, including those that were done in Virginia. The lynching of African Americans was terrorism, a widely supported phenomenon used to enforce racial insubordination and segregation. This was not frontier justice carried out by a few marginalized vigilantes or extremists. Instead, many African Americans who were never accused of any crime were tortured and murdered in front of picnicking spectators, including elected officials and prominent citizens, for bumping into a white person or wearing their military uniforms after World War I, or not using the appropriate title when addressing a white person. People who participated in lynching were celebrated and acted with impunity. Lynching profoundly impacted race relations in this country and shaped the contemporary geographic, political, social, and economic conditions of African Americans. Most importantly, lynching reinforced a narrative of racial difference and legacy of racial inequality that is readily apparent in our criminal justice system today. Mass incarceration, racially biased capital punishment, excessive sentencing, disproportionate sentencing of racial minorities, and police abuse of people of color reveal problems in American society that were shaped by the terror era. And lynchings were the precursor of the death penalty. In the 1940s and 1950s, they simply moved from outside to the inside. Legal violence instead of vigilante justice. It is not lost on anyone that those states that had a high number of lynchings correlate with their support of the death penalty, including here in Virginia. Mr. President, I close with two other messages from EJI. One from the website itself and one from its founder, Brian Stevenson. From the EJI website, it states, The question we need to ask about the death penalty in America is not whether someone deserves to die for a crime. The question is whether we deserve to kill. From Mr. Stevenson himself, and I quote, "Each of us is more than the worst thing we've ever done." End of quote. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. For what purpose is the senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain, rise?
Mr. President, I rise to speak to the bill.
Senator, has the floor.
Mr. President, members of the Senate, I rise in opposition to this bill. And let me be clear. I am pro-life. I do believe in the sanctity of human life. I do believe that the death penalty should be reserved for only the worst of the worst cases. I believe in the protection of innocent human life more than anything. There are clearly cases in which capital punishment is an appropriate sanction. I would never make many of the arguments that were listed in the speeches in favor of this bill in defense of capital punishment. I would never make an economic argument in support of the retention of capital punishment. I would never make a robust defense over the manner in which capital punishment was applied in centuries past. But I would point out a few things. The sunshine argument, I find that a clever turn, and I salute my colleague from Eastern Fairfax for the manner in which that's been cast. But in fact, the sunshine argument is an argument which is made by many in an insincere fashion, because the sunshine laws have indeed been changed by opponents of capital punishment for the specific purpose of using that sunshine in order to target companies, drug companies, and others who unknowingly, in many cases, have provided the drugs for use in the application of capital punishment. And it is not something that is making fair application of capital punishment possible in those rare instances in which it is deemed appropriate. I think that the senator from Eastern Fairfax makes an important point when he points out that very seldom is capital punishment even requested now. And even less seldom is it given by juries. And that is not because there are not cases in which capital punishment is appropriate, but it is because of the discernment of prosecutors and law enforcement officers and members of juries in connection with how they believe that capital punishment should be applied. And they believe, as most of us do, that it should rarely, if ever, be applied. And indeed, that is the case. It's been argued that I don't think it's possible to have a fair trial in a capital case. Well, there are a lot of people who don't like the death penalty, would like to see it repealed, but that doesn't disqualify one from service on a capital jury. The question is, if the law and the evidence supports the application of a capital sentence, would you be able to do it? And if the answer to that is yes, notwithstanding your personal beliefs, then you can serve on that jury. And you know what? If I'm a defense lawyer, I'd want somebody on that jury who would say, I'm opposed personally to capital punishment. But in the appropriate circumstance, I could vote for it. I would want that person on that jury. You know, we had a governor not too long ago, Governor Tim Kaine, who has been very outspoken in his personal belief that the death penalty is wrong. But when he was running for governor, he said, notwithstanding that personal belief, I could apply it in the appropriate circumstance. And indeed, when governor, he did allow death sentences to be carried out. It is one of the most agonizing decisions, I'm sure, that Senator, then Governor Kaine, ever had to make. And those decisions are no less easy for people who serve on jury, whether they are supporters of capital punishment as a concept in those rare cases or not. I believe that capital sanctions can be fairly applied in Virginia today. I think that it is important not to look at the way that capital punishment was applied in the 17th and 18th century, even the 19th century, or even the 20th century, much of it. But I think what we need to do is look at how it's being applied now. And it is rare. It is reserved for the worst of the worst. Ivan Telugus. Ivan Telugus was convicted of capital murder for the 2001 murder for hire of his girlfriend in Harrisonburg. He paid $2,000 to somebody who entered his girlfriend's home. She was in the bathroom, in a bath. He slit her throat and left her there. She was found 2 days later by her mother in a blood-filled bathtub with her 21-month-old toddler in the bathroom with her, who'd been there for 2 days while his mother lay dead in the bathtub. Ivan Telugus was convicted of capital murder. That sentence was actually commuted. But Ivan Telugus fits my definition of the worst of the worst. Ricky Gray was convicted following the January 2006 7-day murder spree in the city of Richmond. Over that 7-day period, Mr. Gray and one of his friends murdered 7 people over a 7-day period, the last of which was a home entry into the home in Richmond of the Harvey family. They took this family of 4 into the basement. They bound them, they tortured them, and they savagely murdered all 4 members of the family, including the 4-year-old and the 9-year-old daughters of the Harvey family. These are savage crimes. These are the worst of the worst. These are not crimes that are picked by prosecutors across Virginia on a daily basis to prosecute as capital crimes. I believe in the rare application of capital punishment. I do not believe that this bill is an appropriate response to misapplications of capital punishment of decades and centuries past. I think that the senator from Eastern Fairfax is entirely right, that the attitudes, the beliefs of our community, of our Commonwealth, of the people across Virginia have dramatically changed. I believe in our American system of justice. I believe that we are better now than we've ever been. And I believe that with the application of DNA evidence, I believe with the years of appeals and the opportunities for clemency and executive action to avoid misapplication of justice in questionable cases, that capital punishment can be fairly applied. And I believe that it is improvident, I believe it is wrong to repeal capital punishment for the stated reasons.
Thank the senator. For what purpose is the junior senator from Chesterfield, Senator Chase, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to speak against Senate Bill 1165.
Senator, has the floor.
Mr. President, one of the things that really concerns me the most is justice for the victim. And while I too am 100% pro-innocent life and the sanctity of life, I have friends who have brothers, a brother who was murdered in cold blood and released this past year by the parole board. A parole board who actually released a man, Donald Lee Brooks, who was charged with second-degree murder of Gerald Hall, who committed a crime in 2010. He was shot multiple times in the back, kicked over, shot again, sentenced to 28 years and only served 10. Mr. President, if I had to ask my friend Ruth about where she would stand on the death penalty, especially in light of this past year when the parole board time and time and time again released murderers into the streets of Virginia. I will tell you that they will clearly advocate for the death penalty so once and for all justice can be served, and a man who was responsible for the death of my friend's brother could never be released. One of the comments made is, once the person receives the death penalty, it's permanent. What about the victim? What about the victim? What about the brother of my friend who will never get to spend time with family and with their kids? What about the victim? I believe, too, that this should be rare and reserved for the worst of the events. But, Mr. President, in light of this past year, I have to ask, who do we support more? The victim or the killer? Thank you, Mr. President.
For what purpose is Senator from King George, Senator Stewart, rise?
Speak to the bill, Mr. President.
Senator, has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, members of the body, this is probably one of the hardest things that we ever have to debate or vote on if you really take this to heart, and I concur with what the gentleman from Fairfax City said in almost all respects, and the gentlelady from Hampton. Putting innocent people to death and the atrocities that have occurred in our past are horrific, and we should never let that happen again. But the fact of the matter is, getting the death penalty now has become a much less occurrence. And I firmly believe that 10 guilty people should go free before one innocent person should be put to death. And I think our system of justice should reflect that. But I have to share a personal story because as you debate this and think about it in your mind, I started thinking about this story the day we were watching the inauguration. Wonderful, happy event for President Biden and Vice President Harris. And my daughter had a friend, a young Marine. His name was Davis Mosqueda. And Davis was 20 years old, and he was a part of the elite silent drill team for the Marine Corps that's stationed in Washington, D.C. And the last time I talked to him, he was so excited about being in the inauguration for the President and the Vice President. He'd only been in the Marine Corps for 2 years. That's all he'd ever wanted to do. He joined the Marines right out of high school, just been promoted to Lance Corporal and the Assistant Drill Master of this very elite drill team. In all respects, a model Marine, in all respects, a good boy, never been in any trouble. All he ever wanted to do was serve his country. That's all he ever wanted to do. So they had a little bit of liberty, and he was looking so forward to going home, and he had a 7-year-old sister, and she had missed him so much, so he went home and was able to spend some time, and he was looking forward to coming back to participating in the inauguration, and he was able to go see some of his high school friends. And as they were doing what young people do, there was a friend there who had a boyfriend who did not have a good background, and he was calling her, and I don't know the whole circumstances, but the girl walked out from the group of friends and went outside to talk to the boyfriend and was gone a long time. And this young Marine decided he should go check on her because he knew that they were having some difficulties. As he stepped outside, this guy took a 9mm and he shot him in the chest 3 times. He took that mother's son away. He took that father's son away, and he took everything away that Davis Mosqueda would ever have or ever did have. And he walked away. And I tell you, standing on the floor of the Senate today, there are some people so rotten to the core, that you can't do anything with them, and you have to protect other members of society from them. That is our responsibility, to do that. There are cases when this is entirely appropriate, and we have the responsibility to preserve this punishment for those that are so bad. They would take a human life just out of pure meanness and rottenness. We all want to be compassionate, but there's some people who don't deserve our compassion. They simply do not deserve our compassion. And that is one of the best examples I can think of. That young man didn't get to go back to the inauguration with his drill team because that person was so rotten, he shot him for no other reason than meanness.
What purpose does the Senator from Northwestern Fairfax, Senator Boysko, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Speaking to the bill.
Senator, has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a lot of compassion for the people who have suffered with family members who have been killed. But killing another person is not going to bring them back. In fact, I've heard actually from victims' families when these issues have come up over the past few years. And I remember one daughter of a man who had been murdered who was imploring that we abolish the death penalty. That she said, this isn't going to bring my dad back. It's not going to change anything. It's just going to continue more pain for more people. And I think that the senator from Eastern Fairfax laid out all the facts so well. And the senator from Hampton, I'm so pleased that she referred to Brian Stevenson and the Equal Justice Initiative. That's certainly something that I care a lot about. But I had one of my constituents sent me a quote, and she's a veteran. And I feel it's so timely and so appropriate for this specific issue as we discuss abolishing the death penalty. It's from Thomas Jefferson. And it says, I am not an advocate for frequent changes in the law and constitutions, but the laws and institutions must go hand in hand with the progress of the human mind. As that becomes more developed, more enlightened, as new discoveries are made, new truths discovered, and manners and opinions change, with the change of circumstances, institutions must advance also to keep pace with the times. We might as well require a man to wear still the coat which fitted him when a boy, as civilized society to remain ever under the regime of their barbarous ancestors. And I think that fits the conversation that we're having today. We have ways of keeping society safe by keeping those who are most dangerous in prison for life with no opportunity for leaving. We know that we have judges that this body and our counterparts in the House of Delegates appoint who are responsible and thoughtful and working hard to protect the best interests of the Commonwealth. And I believe that the time has come for us to do a brave thing, to do what's right and just, and to abolish the death penalty. And I urge the body to support the Eastern Fairfax Senators' bill today. Thank you.
For what purpose does the senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan, rise?
Mr. President, I rise to ask the patron a question first and then speak to the bill.
Senator yield for a question.
I'll yield.
Thank
Senator
you,
Yields, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. And the senator from Eastern Fairfax County, I am curious. I want to make sure I understand the statistic you offered about, was it the number of Virginians that are opposed to the death penalty, the number of Virginians who want it repealed?
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I would say there was a poll that the Watson Center did. I believe it was last week, and I don't remember exactly how the question was phrased. If you gave me 60 seconds, I could figure it out, but my recollection was that it was 58% of Virginians either didn't support capital punishment or wanted it repealed. I'm not sure which.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator.
Speak to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I would have to say I come from a family of law enforcement and military, and I've long been pro-life since Roe versus Wade was passed, and I've always struggled with the death penalty because of the conflict between that value of being pro-life, and that really applies everywhere. It's not a quality measurement of life. You either support life or not. And I have to tell you, I came to the General Assembly this year very open-minded about considering revoking the death penalty, and I remain that way. However, the devil's in the details. And as I look, when I heard that statistic, I started looking for facts and statistics and polls and surveys. And I need to say that I wasn't able to find that Watson poll, but I found other polls that are actually listed on the death penalty information site. And it says specifically, first of all, it says that 56% of Americans still support the death penalty based on, in regards to capital murder. But most importantly, I think we all know about polls, and we all know how questions are phrased. This is what it says. 60% of Americans now say life without the possibility of parole is a better penalty than the death penalty. I would count myself in their numbers, Mr. President. And I have to say, you can't take a data point and apply it to a different piece of data. That's to be true to what that value assessment was. And I believe there is a balance between the right thing, which I don't think it's right to murder somebody, no matter how egregiously they've behaved. But you must provide to society a sense of justice. And to family members who now imagine that somebody who murders their child or their brother or their wife or their father, I strongly feel, based on this poll, not that I make my decisions on polls, but they inform me, I strongly believe, based on this poll, that what you are doing today is not what Virginians or the American people want, and it frustrates me because we had the chance to do that yesterday. So make no mistake, this is not what the majority of Americans support, because we failed to make the right decisions yesterday. And that frustrates me because I want to find a way to weave my path through the complexity of my moral principles and the law as we apply it, and really speaking on behalf of my constituents. And I think that a law that did that made sure that we took away the death penalty without ever having the possibility of parole would allow me to accomplish that. But as it is, I am not able to support this bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
For what purpose does the senator from Arlington, Senator Favola, rise?
Speaking to the measure, Mr. President.
Senator's the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have to say, we need to view this bill as in the context of a sentencing bill. I'm speaking in favor of this abolition of the death penalty for some public health reasons. The ACLU and the National Academies, both of those organizations have done research on whether the death penalty is a deterrent, and it actually is not a deterrent. In fact, the states that have abolished the death penalty have murder rates that are lower, consistently lower. So when we're looking at our criminal justice system, we should be trying to shape a system that gives us the public policy goals we want to achieve. And one of those goals, I think, should be deterrence. And actually, life in prison without parole is considered to be a deterrent, as a senator from Henrico mentioned. And we also have to think about how we can apply these sentences in the fairest and the most just manner. And as we've heard, mistakes happen. No matter what system we devise, we will not devise a perfect justice system. There will always be the possibility that we could execute somebody who was innocent. And as a state official, I don't think the state should ever be in that position. I don't think the state should be in a position of executing anybody. As a senator from Eastern Fairfax mentioned, it's an action we can never take back. And for those of my colleagues who've always argued for limited government, I would think you would want to support abolishing the death penalty, because this is one of the gravest and most severe actions a government can take. I do hope this body will pass this measure. Thank you, Mr. President.
For what purpose does the junior senator from Virginia Beach, Senator Kiggins, rise?
Mr. President, I rise to speak to the bill.
Senator's floor.
Mr. President, I really, really want to vote yes to this bill, but I can't, and there's a few reasons why, and I never thought I would say this, but I actually agreed with many of the things that the senator from Eastern Fairfax said. I agree with a lot of the things he said, actually. But I also heard the things that the senator from Rockingham said, and the senator from Franklin, and the senator from King George all said as well. And I have to align with them, and the Senator Donovan as well. I'm an advocate for life at all stages, and from conception to natural death. I think it's hypocritical to be any other way. And the senator from Franklin said that yesterday in a very eloquent speech. But I can imagine, the wonder of conception. But I have been there as a hospice nurse for the natural death of many, many people, and there's definitely good ways to die, and I've seen those, and I've held those patients' hands, and it's amazing to be in the room when God works that way. So I absolutely support life at all stages. And like the senator from Franklin said, life means life, and for me, that's what it means at all times. So I don't like the death penalty. I never have. I've never been supportive of it. I would love to vote for this bill. But I've heard the stories that a lot of our very eloquent lawyers have told us. They're challenging to listen to. I sat in on subcommittee when we had other family members speak who were victims. The woman whose ex-husband let her out in the yard, shot her in the stomach 3 times in front of her 2 children. She was my age. She had the same color hair as I did. I can only imagine what that woman went through. And listening to her talk about the PTSD for her children who were small, their suicide attempts. It's really, really gut-wrenching. So those are the people that I respect, their life as well, the life of the victims. So again, just to be consistent with life from conception to natural death, I support it. But I'm also supportive and care about the life of those victims. I believe that life in prison is a worse punishment than the death penalty. So the substitute that was offered yesterday from the senator from Franklin, I would have voted for that. I think that's a place that maybe we could have found some more. I wish we could have found some more agreement in. I think that's what the senator from Senator Donovan said about the polls she mentioned. I think that's where many, many Americans are at. I've heard it stated on this floor when we talk about criminal justice reform, where is the empathy? That was a quote. One of my defense mechanisms, just being in this room, is writing quotes down that you all say. And that was a quote. I remember I heard it. Where is the empathy? Well, the empathy for me, and I asked that about the victims. Where is the empathy from the victims, for the victims? We've heard so many changes in our criminal justice system, and I'm not a lawyer, so I learn a lot and I listen to you all day in and day out, but almost not a day goes by where we don't change a portion of how we are judging people that don't follow our laws and that do heinous crimes, many of which we have discussed in this room. Getting rid of mandatory minimums, changes in our bail we talked about the other day, our jury sentencing, the geriatric and disability parole, just trying to bring back parole in general. There's so many changes that are happening. If it hadn't been for all those changes, I might have been supportive of this. And again, a defender of life, advocate for life. I do not want the death penalty. But I also don't like all these changes that we've made in our criminal justice system so that we can't ensure that the lives of the victims are going to be respected as well. Yesterday, the senator from Lynchburg mentioned a U.S. News and World Report about how safe we were as a state. And I'm a mom of 4 kids, and I live in a neighborhood in suburbia, and I worry about safety in our communities. And he said, he's curious to see where that report goes in 4 years. And I am as well. I worry where our priorities are at. I want to support law enforcement. I want to see better mental health treatment for people that end up in jails. I want to see better transparency for our parole boards. I want to keep people out of jail so we don't have to have these discussions. Safer communities, jobs for everyone. These are the things that I want. I wish I could vote for this bill, but because of the victims, I cannot. Thank you, Mr. President.
What purpose does the senator from Franklin County, Senator Stanley, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Speak to the bill.
Senator, has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the body, it's a true honor to serve here. We come together based on our principles and our ideals and what we need to accomplish, not just for the people that we serve, but also because our ideals align with the people that we serve. And then when we come to this body and our ideals may be different, our goals usually are the same in what we want to accomplish, just different ways and different measures on how those goals could be accomplished. That's when we forge compromise. That's when we do things that the press reports as bipartisan. Principles matter. And this is yet another time that I've stood on this floor and professed my principles to you of why I'm opposed to the death penalty. And they've been articulated by others today, but it is my faith, my belief in life, and that God has given us the wonderful gift. My father, before he passed away, he's the one that instilled me with these principles. said, son, what's really going to matter and what God is going to ask you at the time is, what did you do with the gift of life that I gave you? It's that gift of life given by God. And also then the power of death, which is God's power. Because I strongly believe that vengeance is not mine. It is for God to decide. And I certainly don't believe that a government should have that awesome power of God. Remember Franklin, and I'm paraphrasing, and I don't have the exact quote, but Franklin said, government's ultimate aim is that it is the highest authority over the people that it rules, that there is nothing higher. The beauty of this democracy and even the religious freedom that we have is that government must understand, for those believers, that there is a higher authority, that it is not the highest authority in the land, not in our hearts or our minds or our souls. And the power that it wields when it wields the ultimate penalty of death, even for those who have committed heinous crimes, is an act of vengeance. For us humans, because we are frail, imperfect, feels good, if but only for a moment. But it solves nothing. It solves nothing except a lust for vengeance, which in my mind is a sin. Vengeance is mine, saith the Lord, not ours to have. And yes, we have evolved as human beings through civilizations and societies to the point, if we dial back 500 to 1,000 years, we were much more barbaric people. I was reading Captain Kendall when the senator from Eastern Fairfax was talking about the first execution in the Commonwealth of Virginia. And the offenses that you could have been executed after he was executed as being a spy, were included stealing a chicken. We call it petty larceny right now. Fraternizing with the Indians. And people were routinely put to death. And the only dignity was if you were someone of high character or class, you didn't get hanged, you got shot. So even as far back as the beginning of our nation, as the senator from Eastern Fairfax says, we were coming out of a barbaric age in terms of how we treated life and death. Clearly, other things and other decisions they made at the time reflect that they were not matured in their thinking. We had not brought ourselves to the point where we're thinking the way we're thinking now. And someone said today on this floor, and those that may oppose the death penalty, who do we support more, the victim or the killer? I support justice. And supporting justice is supporting the victim of the crime, the victim's family of the crime, but also making sure that the system works and is right and does not make mistakes. That's why I proposed life without parole. If you're convicted of the aggravated murder, life without parole means life without parole, you're never going to see the light of day. If you're convicted. It also doesn't kill somebody who then turns out to be innocent, because it does happen. It happens a lot, more than you think. We've talked about that before. But ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry. The current bill in its current form provides for the ability of someone who kills under the special circumstances, which we know is the special circumstances of capital murder, which would now be aggravated murder, to be potentially set free at some point later in life. Because it gives the power to the judges. And then I've heard again on the floor, we should trust our judges. Well, I sit on this floor every day and I see people wanting to yank off their judges here, yank off their judges there, because they're not acting the way that we think they should be acting, which injects politics into it. Because those judges are reliant upon us to reappoint them. Would they be afraid that a sentence of life without parole in an aggravated case might bring the ire of one of you, so that when they come up for reappointment, You wag your finger at them and say, I didn't like that sentence you gave. You should have given them the opportunity for parole. So I'm not going to reappoint you, because they're human beings. They're frail too. They're imperfect. That's why the system is imperfect. The lawyers, like myself, we're imperfect. Me less often than the rest of you. But that imperfection creates an imperfect system. And so when we give that ability in an aggravated murder situation to a judge to sentence someone below life without the possibility of parole, then that imperfection is pervasive on both sides and doesn't protect the victim nor the victim's family. Let me ask you a question. If there was a person who is clearly proven beyond a reasonable doubt of the willful, deliberate, premeditated killing of a citizen of the Commonwealth during the commission of an abduction after they had abducted them, and they had abducted them with the intent to defile that person, do you want them ever to see the light of day if they're convicted? Because the bill in its current form allows that. The potential of that is there. God, let's hope that there's a judge out there that says life without parole in that instance, but it's not for certain. That's why the substitute said life without parole means life without parole. Because also, too, if it turns out it was wrong, DNA evidence or some kind of other evidence exonerates them, then the government hasn't made the mistake that it can't take back killing an innocent life. But do you think somebody like that should be let go when they abduct someone with the intent to defile a child or anything like that? Murder for hire, you think somebody who does that should be let go? Anybody who kills a police officer, that's in there. You're okay with that. But what if they do multiple killings in the same transaction? Kill a whole family. You trust that judge enough that you sometimes like on the bench and sometimes want to remove on the bench, not to give any other sentence but life without parole? I don't. I don't. And you know, ladies and gentlemen, I've said it before and I'll say it again, governments have gotten it wrong. That's why, and one of the reasons why I think not just myself, but other Republicans sitting on this side of the aisle were prepared to support and work together to abolish the death penalty if you would have worked with us. We weren't asking too much. Somebody kills with special circumstances that we're listing here, life without parole. No chance of freedom. Nope. Because we're moving in a way now where we're doing away with all mandatory minimums. Nope. Our way of the highway. Nope. Can we have some input? Nope. Inconsistent with our other thing. And I'm one of those guys that believes that, okay, some mandatory minimums do need to go away, but some don't. Can we have some input on that? Nope. We want to get it right. We want to work with you on this. This could have been coming out today as a bipartisan effort to end the death penalty in Virginia. Instead, it's a party line effort. And you know, that old phrase, temper justice with mercy, that's how we administer it here in America, means bringing justice to those victims and victims' families, but at the same time being merciful because we're human beings. We must always remember that in our criminal justice system. But I don't understand why, on the other side, the author of this bill, where I am on this bill as a named co-patron, seems to think that life without parole doesn't fit within the definition of mercy, when the mercy was the sparing of the life for the life that they had taken. Ladies and gentlemen, we've seen Virginia get it wrong. Earl Washington. 9 days before he was supposed to be executed, he's exonerated. Cost this Commonwealth millions of dollars, paying him in compensation for the liberty that we took from him. Keith Allen Harward, my friend, 33 years, barely escaped the death penalty. 33 years of freedom lost because the government got it wrong. That's why I support the abolition of the death penalty. One of the reasons, besides my faith. But what you've left us with is where the government can get it wrong again. The government can get it wrong when somebody abducts a child with the intent to defile and kills and murders that child, and a judge says 30 years. And they'll be out with good behavior and good time credits and all the other stuff we've done. You'll have a chance at freedom when that child doesn't have a chance at life. If you're going to abolish the death penalty, Mr. President, I urge this body to make the punishment simple. That if you're convicted of aggravated murder, then it is death. It is not death. It is life without the possibility of parole. And so, Mr. President, my name is on this bill, but I cannot vote for it. Thank you, Mr. President.
For what purpose is Senator from Northern Fairfax, Senator Howe, rise?
Speaking to the bill, Mr. President.
Senator, has the floor.
I was afraid this was going to happen. I was really afraid that I would have to speak after the senator from Franklin. There is nobody as articulate as him in my whole life. But here I am. I'm after the senator from Franklin. I want to give a slightly different perspective on this bill. When I arrived here in 1992, I was a fervent supporter of the death penalty. Vengeance is mine, I thought. Vengeance is ours in the legislature, I thought. And one of the main reasons I supported it was I had sympathy and empathy for victims' families. Well, something dreadful happened in my family. My father-in-law was murdered in his own home by a burglar. And as I'm sure you can imagine, that tore us apart then, and it still has a huge hole in our hearts. And some of us in the family will never get over it. We'll never get over it. But one thing I discovered as we went through this trauma was my family didn't agree on the death penalty. Some of us supported it, some of us didn't. I think my husband would have given the worst torture imaginable to the murderer, but my sons didn't believe in the death penalty. And I was trying to hold my family together in a very difficult time. So I don't buy the idea that we would support the death penalty for the benefit of victims' families. It doesn't work that way. Trust me, it doesn't work that way. So I am going to vote for this bill. I would urge everybody else to. And if you're thinking about the victims' families, think really deeply because it's a very complicated situation. Thank you.
Thank the Senator. For what purpose is the senior senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove, rise?
Speak to the bill, Mr. President.
Senator, has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the late 1800s, Benjamin Disraeli was quoted as saying, there are three types of lies. There's damned lies, and there's statistics. We've heard a lot of statistics today. One comparing Virginia and its history to Texas and its history. Well, there's a statistic. What was left out was the statistic that Virginia is 236 years older than the state of Texas. The other things that we've been talking about are the costs involved of maintaining these prisoners for the rest of their natural life. Housing, medical expenses, clothing, food, utilities, you name it, for the rest of their natural life. And you know what's even worse than that? Is that the families of those people they brutally murdered are paying the taxes to pay for that. What kind of closure is that for a Virginia family? Especially for the heinous type of murder that happened right down here in Carytown. 2 adults, 2 children, brutally beaten to death over several days in their own basement. Let's let their families pay the taxes so those people can stay healthy and warm and fed and clothed. The other thing is we talk about there's a poll for this and there's a poll for that. What we never hear when somebody says there's a poll or there's a study is what the actual question was. If the actual question in the Wasson poll was, do you support the death penalty or don't you? I'd like to know if that was the question. Because easily probably somebody would say, well, I'd rather not. But if you also said, do you support the death penalty for somebody that beat 2 children, a 4-year-old and a 9-year-old, over several days to death in their own home? Should they get the death penalty? I bet you'd get a different statistic. And I will echo the comments from the senator from Franklin. There was an opportunity here to make this bill better. There was an opportunity here to get a number of votes from this side of the aisle, but that just could not be tolerated. We had to make sure that this type of heinous murder still had a chance to get out on parole. And we know the kind of people that have been getting out of parole here lately. So if you really think that the best idea, you go back and tell your constituents that you think that's the best idea. I bet a lot of them will disagree with you. Thank you, Mr. President.
For what purpose is the junior senator from Richmond City, Senator Morrissey, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, speaking on behalf and in support of SB 1165.
Senator's the floor.
Mr. President, one of the greatest pleasures or joys that I, and I think many of my colleagues have in this body, is serving with a group of 39 other individuals that come to this body with such a vast array of life experiences. And they bring those experiences into the body, they share them with others during debate. The senator from James City County said yesterday that he has perhaps defended more murder defendants than anybody in the body. I don't know. That may be true. I think I am the only person who has prosecuted people for death penalty cases and defended them. And in my early 30s, when I was the Commonwealth attorney in the city, and I knew everything. I knew absolutely everything. I probably prosecuted 60 or 70 murders by the time I was 35. And I remember having a discussion with my mother, and like we all feel about our mothers, they were saints. And my mother asked me about one case when I was successfully prosecuted a murder case. I was so proud that I had gotten that conviction because it was a horrible murder. And then she asked me she listened, and she said, you think about that, and we'll talk about that later. She passed before we ever got to talk about it. And then later, I did more and more cases. I visited death row, not to witness an execution, but to visit death row, to see for myself what went on. And then I defended cases, and I remember after that, I came to the absolute conclusion that the death penalty was wrong. And I'm going to tell you the reasons why I feel that, and I actually believe that it's possible to turn some of the hearts of the folks that have spoken here today, who have spoken eloquently And I'm not going to say you're wrong. I'm just asking you for a few minutes to open your heart and just listen to the argument. First of all, if we talk about person after person, the most horrible, brutal murder you've ever seen, we won't resolve this debate. Because I'm here to tell you, having done over 125 murders, they are horrible. They are the worst of the worst. There's no question about it. But here is one absolute certitude. We've heard different numbers. It's not a statistic, it's a fact. Since 1973, there have been exactly 174 people who were sentenced to death and then were exonerated. Now, let me tell you what that means by they were sentenced to death. That means a prosecutor deliberated, decided what charge to bring, and decided to bring capital murder. And he did. And a jury returned a verdict of death. And it was appealed to an appellate court. It was appealed to a state Supreme Court, first level. Then the second level, they went through it again, state habeas. Then they went through a third level, federal habeas. And that person then was sentenced to death. But guess what? In 174 cases, many decided by DNA, the prosecutor came forward and said, we got it wrong. And that was because of DNA evidence. So we've heard before that the death penalty, that execution is the ultimate irrevocable punishment. But let me tell you this. Consider this. Those were 174 people who empirical evidence, scientific evidence, were able to show were innocent. But there's more. You know what you can't measure? No amount of scientific testing, empirical evidence, will get a false identification. Do you know the single greatest reason for misverdicts, false verdicts in this country? Not DNA. It's a false identification. So consider this. We've heard about Earl Washington, and everybody loves to say he came within 9 days of being put to death. But do you know what else? Earl Washington was intellectually disabled. Did you know that Earl Washington confessed to the murder? He confessed, I did it. So put together a horrible, heinous murder, together with the fact that the defendant confesses it, and you've got what all of my colleagues have said today, you've got an absolute airtight, solid case warning death. But it was wrong. And you can't measure that coerced confession with DNA. Let me tell you another one. Michael McAllister. I prosecuted him for a rape in South Richmond, and it was airtight. It was a rape. It was a bad rape. And the person who committed this rape raped an aspiring model and artist. And when we put her on, she looked across the table and she said, that's the person that did it. And when the police, she was raped in her apartment laundry room. And at the time, there was a series of rapes going on, and the person had a beard, and he was always wearing this plaid shirt. And when she got on the witness stand, she looked to that jury, and she answered my question, and she said, the person that did it is right there. And the defense attorney said, how do you know? And she said, because she was a model, she says, I focused on bone structure. She was an artist, and those features that she described and what she described in the report were spot on. Convicted of rape, it wasn't a murder case, goes to prison. Charlie Martin was the defense attorney. I go to Ireland, and I'm going to school and teaching at Trinity College. And we find out a few years later that at that exact time, there was that exact night, another detective division were surveilling these apartments because of a rapist that also, wearing plaid shirts, had a beard. They arrested him. And then finally, Charlie Martin and that other detective got together. It was, to say it was a mind-blowing moment, would not do justice. The two people not only could have been brothers, identical brothers. And when they arrested Michael McAllister, do you know what the police did? They said, well, we just want to take a picture of you to show the victim. And he said, well, I was here watching TV with my mom. They said, well, would you put this plaid shirt on? Because that's what the person had, and he did it, and they showed that picture to the victim. And then when we found out, several years later, that the police were at that same time, in that same neighborhood, surveilling others for rapists, it was horrible. Charlie Martin came back. I returned from Europe to go before the parole board, and I said, had I known this information at the time, I never would have prosecuted it. But I'm telling you, folks, it was a solid case. Now, if that person had murdered in the commission of rape, that would have been a death penalty. And that would have been one of the cases that my colleague from Rockingham County or Chesapeake would have said is the worst of the worst. So my point is, it's not 174 cases where the prosecutor came forward since 1973 and said, we got it wrong. But think of those other cases where false identification, or in the case of Earl Washington, coerced confession, led to an improper conviction. Number two, the gentleman from James City County said it best yesterday. He said, people say death penalty is warranted because it deters crime. He said, no, it doesn't, and I can tell you it does not. Third, the death penalty is often used within a skewed judicial system. That is just a fact. Now, many people have inadequate legal representation, but I want to just emphasize something that the gentleman from Eastern Fairfax said. When you pick a jury in a death sentence case, you know what they call that jury? Death qualified. You pick a death qualified jury. That means 40 veneer men are in the panel, and they're asked, do you support the death penalty or do you not? And when they say, they'll say, I just can't support the death penalty, boom, they're off. I can't impose the death penalty or I can't support the death penalty. You get a death qualified jury. You get the most conservative jury that you can imagine that is going to decide death or life. So it is skewed. And then fourth, it is discriminatory. It is absolutely certain by those that have done studies on it, that those folks in less advantaged socioeconomic backgrounds, due to rather racial, ethnic, or religious minorities, that they are discriminated against. And I'm going to prove to you that this is the case. The gentleman from Eastern Fairfax said, well, we haven't had a death penalty case in conviction in 11 years. Folks, if you think justice is equal across the board, you're wrong. We have 4 regional capital defender offices of the Indigent Defense Commission in the state. And in the last 5 years, they've done between 40 and 50 capital murder cases. All right? Not one person has been sentenced to death. A senior capital office defender was asked why. And this is what he said. He said, rich people charged with murder get a rich person's defense. Poor people charged with murder do not. They're the ones that are convicted. And let me tell you this, with the regional capital defender offices of the Indigent Defense Commission, the poor people get rich defenses because all they do is focus on capital murder cases. That's why in the last 5 years, of the 50 cases they've done, there hasn't been one death penalty verdict. So there is no question that is discriminatory. And then I appreciated listening to the comments from the junior senator from Virginia Beach and the senator from Franklin County about pro-life. And I'm going to echo what Senator Stanley said yesterday. You can't be inconsistent. You are either pro-life or you are not. And you can't say, in my opinion, that if I'm pro-life, I am going to default or go the other direction when it comes to murder. The junior senator from Virginia Beach said, I believe in the sanctity of life from conception to natural death. Sending 1,000 volts of electricity through somebody's body is not a natural death. And if you believe, like I've just shown you, that we've gotten it wrong, it isn't 174 times. If there are false identifications and if there are coerced confessions, then that number is much higher than that. We get it wrong. And the gentleman from King George, who I just enjoy immensely listening to his arguments because they are logical, they are coherent. He said, I would rather one guilty person go free than in his 1 out of 10 scenario. Well, what's the number that we used? Is 174 too much? Because it's probably much higher than that for the reasons I just said. What is the collateral damage that we're willing to say that's acceptable? We can kill those many innocent people, and they were innocent. That's collateral damage. I don't think that number's there. So if you agree in the sanctity of life from the beginning to the end, then my friends on the other side of the aisle that profess and proclaim and at every opportunity, and rightfully so, talk about the sanctity of life, you can't default today. You can't default. You can't tell me, but that was the worst case. Because I can tell you, those worst cases, you get it wrong. So for those reasons, oh, by the way, I would be remiss if I didn't tell you the end of Michael McAllister. I came back from Europe. I went to the parole board, and I said to them, we got it wrong. Had I known this, never would have prosecuted this case. He was later subsequently pardoned, got out of jail after serving, I want to say it was close to 20 years in jail for a rape he didn't commit. And 2 years after he got out of jail, he passed. Folks, we get it wrong. This bill will never let that happen. I ask you, my friends on both sides of the aisle, to open your hearts and vote to support 1165. Thank you very much.
Thank the senator. For what purpose does the senior senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Speaking to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I wasn't planning to speak on this bill today, but I feel compelled to bring the perspective of someone who can't share it himself. And that's Jerry Givens. He was the executioner in Virginia for I think it was 17 years. Some of us on the Judiciary Committee heard him testify against bills that would have expanded the death penalty. Jerry couldn't testify this year because he died of COVID in 2020. And as we've been sitting here, I have heard the words of Jerry Givens over and over and over in my mind as I've tried to listen to everyone else. Jerry Givens executed 62 people. His routine never wavered. He would shave the person's head. He would lay his hand on the bald head and ask for God's forgiveness for the condemned, because he didn't believe that anybody was beyond redemption. He would strap that person into the electric chair and flip the switch. And then he was the one that gave the lethal injection, which was much more intimate. It left him shaken. What was a pivotal moment for him, 3, as he said, was when he almost executed Earl Washington. And he realized the toll it would have taken on him had he executed an innocent man. And he started to think about how many innocent men had he executed. And then Jerry himself ended up in prison for embezzlement and saw firsthand how sometimes the criminal justice system fails you. And he said that another pivotal moment came one day when he was walking around the prison track where he would often talk to God. And he said God asked him a thorny question. Would you have executed your son if he were on death row? God asked, would you have executed my son if he were on death row? And Given said he could only reply no, because Jesus was the Son of God. And he said he realized what he had done as executioner was not compatible with Jesus' teachings of forgiveness, that he could no longer support the death penalty, and that God told him to share his story, which he did for several years, including here. And one of the final things he said, I think, is appropriate as we decide how to vote today. Jerry said, I wasn't just for the death penalty. I was the one who carried it out. So you cannot say that I am not sincere. Those of you who want the death penalty, I carried it out for you. But it took 62 executions for me to see this wasn't the right thing to do. But Virginia is still doing the same thing. This is not the solution for our problem. Listen to me, because I did it. I'm listening to Jerry Givens today, and that's why I'm voting for this bill.
Thank the senator. Do any senators other than the patron wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 1165? Seeing none, call the senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Servo.
Mr. President, Tommy Norman.
Sorry. Thank you, Senator Norman. Senator from James City County, Senator Norman, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Even from afar and through Zoom, I really have been attentive, moved, and impressed with the articulate arguments that have been presented here today. And I'm not advocating today one position or another, because I think I stated it pretty unequivocally yesterday, and I will not go on for an extended period of time. Yesterday, I mentioned that I brought my life experiences to this issue, and I must have misspoken a second time, because I did not suggest I had tried more murder cases than the junior senator from Richmond may have done. I said at the time I came to the General Assembly, I had tried more capital murder cases than any defense lawyer in Virginia. I've listened today, and I think that there has been a lot of individual legislators' catharsis, and that is not a criticism at all. There are those who oppose the death penalty for moral reasons. There are those who oppose it from emotional reasons. There are those who oppose it because there is certain information from advocacy groups who have a predisposed disposition, which is fine. But I just would like to call the body's attention, because I know that there are, all of us like to know what the objective, and as the junior senator from Richmond said, the empirical information in the Commonwealth of Virginia, not on a national basis. And I would suggest at the end of today, I am mindful that all of this eloquence and articulation isn't changing one vote, but that is all right. That's what the parliamentary debate process is all about. I would say tonight, if you have a moment of pausing and are interested in some objective empirical data in the Commonwealth of Virginia, go to the JLARC report, which was titled Review of Virginia System of Capital Punishment, and just read the summary on Roman numeral page 4. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. Call the senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Servo.
Thank you, Mr. President. Speaking to the bill.
Senators, the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate the debate on this. As I said yesterday, I'm sure everybody has very strong opinions about this, and I think a lot of people's opinions have probably evolved as they've served in the legislature over how many years you've served. I just want to clean up a couple points, and then I'll tell another story. First of all, I didn't realize my polling assertion was going to get so many questions. But first of all, I went and looked up the Wasson poll question. The Wasson poll question, which came out yesterday, question number 10, asked to random sample Virginians, would you support or oppose a proposal to repeal the death penalty in the state of Virginia and replace it with a life sentence without parole? 56% support, 44% oppose. Question that was asked. Gallup poll. Gallup, they asked, are you in favor of the death penalty for a person convicted of murder? 55% yes, 43% no. But they also asked a separate Gallup poll where they asked people whether the death sentence was better than life in prison, and I think it was 60% of people surveyed said they supported life in prison over the death penalty. That was what the polling data reflected. I would also just note, by the way, that 55% of Virginians also support the repeal of mandatory minimum sentences in the same poll. Second thing, there's no question that the actual imposition of the death penalty has been rare in the last 10 years, but the incidence of our Commonwealth attorneys using it to prosecute and or leverage folks has not been rare. The data the Sentencing Commission gave me yesterday said that between FY15 and FY20, 61 people were charged with capital murder in Virginia. Out of the 61, 48 of them received life sentences, life without parole, and 13 of them got a term of years. And I can't tell you, based on the data I got, whether that was pursuant to a jury decision or a judge or a combination of the two or a plea or a trial, but that's the reality. So even though a lot of people aren't getting the death penalty, it is being used, leveraged, and attempted to be applied in order to either gain pleas or taken to trial. So it's still being used plenty, which is why our Capital Defender Service is really busy. So I don't think that it's quite that rare in terms of being attempted to be used. Third thing, I'm really impressed with a lot of people here of the senator from Northern Fairfax, or Western, Senator Howell. She stole my thunder on victims. The junior senator from Richmond stole some of my arguments on Earl Washington. Senator McClellan tapped Jerry Givens for me. The senator from Western Fairfax tapped some stuff I was going to say. Just, if you got a minute, go Google Daniel Williams, Joseph Dick, Eric Wilson, and Derek Tice, the Norfolk Four. They were charged with capital murder. We ended up paying about $10 million of taxpayer dollars because of that. And I believe some of them, if not all of them, confessed. And they ended up pleading guilty to avoid a capital murder trial. And none of them did it. They were all exonerated by DNA. It was a crooked detective, literally a crooked detective, that forced them to plead guilty. There's lots of names to look at. And in all the talk in opposition, I still have not heard anybody explain how it is moral to convict innocent people. The junior senator from Richmond was very eloquent in his speech, but I've not heard a single person explain how it is moral for our society to justify executing innocent people in order to have a system that provides some semblance of justice for some victims, but not all of them. I'm still waiting to hear what that argument is. Mr. President, the last thing I'd say is, one of the moments that I sort of achieved clarity on this issue was when I was about 21 years old. And I was at JMU, it was my senior year. President Carrier somehow got word to me. We didn't have email or text messages back then. I was told to go see President Carrier. He asked me to come see him, and he said, "Sir, I want you to apply to be a governor's fellow." I didn't know what that was, but I ended up applying for it. Came down here to Richmond for 2 months, and while we were here, we took all these field trips. And they took us to Falls Cape State Park. They took us to ABC Warehouse. We went to the Supreme Court. We had this brand new museum of frontier culture. It was brand new back then. We took a field trip out there. And as they were showing us all the assets of our state, one of the things they decided it was important for us to go see was the brand new Greenville State Penitentiary. Because they thought it was important to give, some of, I guess, young leaders or young graduates from our Virginia colleges a tour of the death chamber. They gave the men one set of instructions. They told us to wear tennis shoes because the shoes that I'm wearing right now don't work very well in a prison when you're walking around on metal grates. They told all the women, don't wear a dress because you can look right up through the floor. And we walked around. They gave us a tour of the geriatric ward. They wouldn't dare take us where there were any younger prisoners. They took us a tour of the geriatric ward where all these old men were not doing a whole lot. And then they took us down the hall. And that was the first time I met Jerry Gibbons. And he walked us around, took us in the control booth. He showed us the machine where you push the buttons and explain. They all go in there, and a bunch of them get in there, and they don't know which button's going to do it, and they all hit the button. And then they took us out into the room, and there it stood was this wooden chair, because this is before lethal injection. And I didn't want to get anywhere near that thing. Some of the young idiots with me decided they wanted to sit in it. I didn't want to get anywhere near that thing. I just sat there and looked at it, and all I could think of was, how many people have sat in that thing while the Commonwealth of Virginia, cooked the life out of them. If you want to read some interesting stuff, go read about the electric chair. I put in a bill in to ban it back in 2014. And, looking back on all that, I just sit there and wonder, how in the world could the people who put together that field trip program think that, this is something we need to show our governor's fellows? Why is this something we're proud of? We got to go show them the electric chair. To me, it's twisted. And God, I hope they're still not taking the governor's fellows and showing them the lethal injection table. Mr. President, I think at the end of the day, if we look back 50 years from now, the electric chair, that lethal injection table, they're going to be sitting in a museum. They're going to be sitting next to the stocks from Jamestown and Williamsburg. They're going to be sitting next to the slave auctioneer block that they're taking off the streets in Fredericksburg just recently. This thing's going to be a museum piece, and people are going to look back and wonder how it was we ever used these things. Mr. President, it's time to move on. I hope you support the bill.
Do any other senators wish to be heard? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 1165 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote?
Senator Norman, how do you vote?
Senator Norman votes no.
Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, no 17.
Ayes 21, no 17. Senate Bill 1165 passes. Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, I would move at this point that we stand in recess until 4:15 for the purposes of essentially a well-needed Courts of Justice meeting, and I will yield now to the senator from Roanoke.
Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, the Judiciary Committee will meet in West, behind us, the West Room, for about 45 minutes. We have several bills we have to take up, and hopefully we can get them all done within 45 minutes. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. Without objection, the Senate will stand in recess until 4:15 p.m. Senate will come to order. The senators will please take their seats. Madam Clerk.
Returning to page 3 of your calendar, Senate Bill 1170.
Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. At the polite request of the senior senator from Chesterfield, it was passed by temporarily. I would once again, Mr. President, move that Senate Bill 1170 pass. This is the bill where I misspoke yesterday and said that it did not require a local referendum before a sales and use tax could be increased for the construction of schools. On rereading the bill, it referenced another code section that's incorporated within the bill. It does require that there must be a local referendum before a board of supervisors can enact a sales tax increase to dedicate the revenues to school construction. Isle of Wight needs to construct 2 schools, and I think there may be 12, 13, 14 localities that have adopted this. So I respectfully ask that Senate Bill 1170 pass.
Thank the senator. For what purpose is the junior senator from Richmond City, Senator Morrissey, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. I could be wrong, but did I just hear the minority leader say that he misspoke? I don't think that's possible. did I hear that correctly?
Senator from James City County.
Mr. Chairman, I have to say to my friend and colleague, not only did I misspeak once yesterday, I misspoke twice. So those are the only 2 times in my life, and it is embarrassing it happened on the same day.
The journal will so reflect.
No.
Quick, get out of the building. It's going to collapse.
Thank the senator. For what purpose is the junior senator from Chesterfield, Senator Chase, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to thank the patron of the bill for answering a lot of the questions that I had about this bill and trying to make sure that we know for sure whether or not there would be a referendum before we pass. I think it's important that we know the will of the people. While I will not be supporting tax increases to be consistent with my position, I appreciate the patron answering my questions. Thank you very much.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 1170? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 1170 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote?
Senator Norman, how do you vote?
Senator Norman votes aye.
Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 31, noes 8.
Ayes 31, noes 8. Senate Bill 1170 passes.
Senate Bill 1235.
Senator from Lynchburg, Senator Peake.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. President. If I remember correctly, we were addressing my substitute. I would now ask that we reject. So with the recommendation that it be rejected, I would ask that we adopt my substitute number 1. Is that, or can I withdraw it, Mr. President?
If the senator would like to withdraw it, you can do it either way, but if you
I
withdraw
would prefer to withdraw substitute number 1.
Thank the senator. Without objection, floor amendment number 1 is withdrawn. Senator from Lynchburg, Senator Peake.
And then, Mr. President, I would ask that we first waive the reading of the floor substitute amendment number 2.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the reading of the floor amendment be waived? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The reading of the floor amendment is waived. Senator from Lynchburg, Senator Peake.
And then now I would ask that we agree to the floor amendment number 2.
Senator's the floor.
In speaking to this, and I want to speak to the bill as we get after we get to the substitute, and I'll explain the full bill and what we do. But this substitute clears up a little bit of a confusion about my original bill. So we had, after parents, I've added parent, guardian, or person in loco parentis. And then there were some questions about the bill, whether or not it would prevent school nurses, things like that, from actually talking to the minors. And so if we will adopt the substitute, I will then go through what the bill does. And now I move that we adopt the substitute.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the floor amendment be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. Senator from Lynchburg, Senator Peake.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. President. Speaking to the bill, well, I would ask that we engross and advance the bill to its third constitutional reading.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed in advance to its third constitutional reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed in advance to its third constitutional reading. Senator from Lynchburg, Senator Peake.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. I now ask that we suspend the rules and dispense with the third constitutional reading.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the rules be suspended and the third constitutional reading be dispensed with? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote?
Senator Norman, how do you vote?
Senator Norman votes aye.
The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, no 0.
Ayes 38, no 0. The rules are suspended and the third constitutional reading is dispensed with. Senator from Lynchburg, Senator Peake.
Thank you, Mr. President. Finally, to the bill. And this bill arises out of what was a brochure put out by the Virginia Department of Health called Birds and Bees. And we spoke about it in the special session. Senator from Bedford had a budget amendment to address that issue, which did not pass, and so now I bring this bill. And first of all, I want to apologize to the newly minted senior senator from Chesterfield, who in committee asked me if I was aware that the Birds and Bees program had been done away with, and I told her in the committee, and I told the committee that I was not, and I apologize to the committee. I was not, but I had been sent a text by the governor's office, so I apologize to the administration. They'd advised me they opposed the bill. I saw the phone number, I called the number. I didn't go through the bottom of the text where they advised me that they had, in fact, withdrawn the Birds and Bees. So that is true. I missed that, and I apologize for misspeaking earlier. Nevertheless, even though the Birds and Bees program has been dispensed with, the Commonwealth still has, through the Virginia Department of Health, a program that encourages minors to call into a sex line or talk line. That's what the Birds and Bees program was. And to talk about, and I'm going to, let me bring that up, programs, positive youth development programs. They withdrew the Birds and Bees, and then here they are. We encourage you to text what is called ROO, R-O-O, where they encourage minors, all minors, waiting for it to load, to discuss. Oh, it came up earlier. Oh my goodness. Well, now I can't get to it, but they'd encourage minors to discuss things about sexuality, masturbation, homosexuality, transgender issues, all of these issues. They encourage them to call in, to text in, and then somebody from the Department of Health may call these individuals back. And there's no requirement that they actually get any permission from the minor's parents. So in essence, someone from the Virginia Department of Health can call your child, 8, 9, 10, 11, or 12, and discuss these issues with your child without your permission and without you knowing anything about it. The purpose of my bill is to make sure that if they're going to call a child, such as the age of 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, that they get the parent's permission to do that, or guardians. And then it came up to some discussion, well, We won't be able to find out about health issues, things like that. So I amended the bill at that point to cite to the code of family life education. And that portion of the code that we're talking about, so the only thing my bill deals with are things like human sexuality, human reproduction, the prevention of human trafficking, dating, violence, abusive relationships, sexual assault, things of that nature. We specifically refer to Virginia Code Section 22.1-207.1, Family Life Education. And so those are the matters that we're concerned about. And then when you go to the Virginia Department of Health programs, and hopefully that one of the other senators has been able to pull this up while I talk. I can't do it while I'm talking. And see the questions that they're asking our kids about. And so the purpose of this bill is to make sure that doesn't happen. And I would ask the body to pass this bill. It is a basic parents' rights bill, the parents' rights to know who is talking to their children and what issues, especially if they're talking about sexual issues. And the basic issue, the bottom line is, are you comfortable with, are the parents in your district comfortable with an unknown person from the State Department of Health calling your kid 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, talking to that kid behind your back without your knowledge about highly sexualized matters? And if you do think that's okay, if you think your constituents in your district, if the parents in your district want somebody from the Department of Health to contact your kids without you knowing about it and talk about those issues, then you vote against my bill. But if you don't like that, if you don't want somebody that you don't know from the Department of Health contacting your kid, 8, 9, 10, 11, or 12, talking to them about highly sensitive sexual matters, you should vote for my bill. Thank you. I ask that it pass.
Thank the senator. For what purpose is the senator from Arlington, Senator Favola, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to ask the senator from Lynchburg a question or two, if he would be so kind as to yield.
Will the senator yield?
Yes, I will yield, and I'm still going to find those matters in those calling lines. Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Senator yields. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. According to my notes, under the family education curricula that would be included in your bill, mental health education would also be an area where a state health counselor could not reach out. Is that your understanding as well?
That is not my understanding.
Okay, because I had that down.
Further question?
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Further question?
Yes, there is another question.
Senator yields.
Well, the reason I think that mental health came up is in part of our coursework. If you look at the way we prepare the family life education classes, and it's on the website too, we encourage our students to develop a high self-esteem, to deal with peer pressure, et cetera, et cetera. One of the tools we give them is we ask them to watch out for each other. If a friend is acting sad or not talking to other classmates and there may be a problem, we are encouraging the students to go ahead and reach out to ask a counselor to reach out to that student. So in that scenario, that could be illegal if in fact this bill were to pass.
Senator, the floor.
Is that a question to me? Then no, Mr. President. In response, I submit that is not accurate at all. I specifically recite 22.1-207.1, which is the Family Life Education Bill, and it does not talk. It talks about parental involvement, prevention and effects of sexually transmitted diseases. Well, it does say mental health education and awareness under family life education. That's clearly what this bill is attempting to talk about, and that is why we specifically excluded the people they would be talking to, school nurses, physicians, Virginia Department of Health employees or agents. So I do not think that it applies. And again, I do not think that the senator is going to support this bill. I fully understand that. And I ask you to vote against the bill. I feel happy with you to vote against the bill. But if you care about the people, if you think the parents in your jurisdiction would not like somebody from the Virginia Department of Health anonymously contacting your young child and talking about these matters, you should support this bill.
Well, I've never felt so much love for a bill I wasn't going to support. But I guess there's a difference of interpretation in terms of, because I've had my school people look at this in terms of what your bill, including the amendment, would cover and not cover. So that gives me some concern. And remember, parents can opt out of family life education, so that consent element's already there. Mr. President, I'm speaking to the bill. I'm speaking in opposition to it. And then what really concerns me is, I think, first off, the county employees in many of our jurisdictions, our county health workers, are also our nurses in our public schools. And if the nurses work for the counties, unless they have a separate contract, they're considered state employees. So that's another issue. So you have school nurses who are, because of the way we're, a state-supervised state, Virginia-supervised state, the way we deliver our health care, unless there's an extraordinary circumstance or a unique contract, those employees are state employees. So you have school nurses that would be left to interpret this. And I can tell you, coming from local government, our county attorneys are very, very cautious. They tend to read everything literally, and I really believe that this will end up being a gag rule on some of our school nurses when they want to and feel there's a real need to speak to a student who, again, may be suffering depression, may be suffering some assault or abuse, and the school nurse needs to initiate a conversation to determine that. So that's my concern with the bill. And I think there are a lot of unintended consequences that could hurt our children. So for these reasons, and probably some others, Mr. President, I ask that the body vote against Senate Bill 1235. Thank you.
Thank the senator. For what purpose does the senior senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Speaking to the bill.
Thanks, Senator. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I guess to put a finer point on it, here are the two major concerns with this bill that I see. To the extent that our school divisions use either state or local health department employees or contractors to teach family life education, this bill would prohibit them from doing that. That's number one. Number two, the way that the floor amendment is written, it does provide an exclusion if you were inquiring about medical conditions, but there are some items here that you might want a health department nurse or employee to ask about that are not considered medical conditions if they see in their interaction with a minor evidence of human trafficking, dating violence, domestic abuse. They won't be able, under the way this floor amendment and this bill are written, they won't be able to talk to that minor about how to avoid that, what to do about it, and what legal recourse could be available to them, all of which is included in the family life education provision. There's an argument they could talk about mental health, since arguably mental health is a medical condition, but again, human trafficking, sexual assault, domestic abuse, which is abusive relationships, are not medical conditions. And so while I appreciate what the senator from Lynchburg is trying to do, or I think it's Lynchburg, I think he has some unintended consequences that could actually harm minors in these circumstances.
Thank the senator. For what purpose does the senior senator from Chesterfield, Senator Hashmi, rise?
Speak to the bill, Mr. President.
Senator, the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have great respect for what the senator from Lynchburg is trying to do. I think he's trying to address a concern that some parents have of adults with wrong intentions reaching out to young children and speaking to them about sensitive matters. However, I think his bill is not going to address that concern, because the issue that we have is the opportunity for young people to have access to professionals to answer questions regarding their health concerns, whether they're sexual health concerns or mental health issues and a variety of issues. I just want to address a few points that the senator has raised, and he spoke to the issue of birds and bees, which has been discontinued because of according to the VDH website, the pilot project determined that this was not a cost-effective way. There was not really a great use of this program. The senator from Lynchburg mentioned RU, and as I look at the VDH website, RU is actually an online chat bot, which means it's a robot, not some anonymous adult seeking to address your children. So a chat bot simply is programmed to respond to standard questions as a robot would, and it is not a live adult or any other individual talking to a child or a minor. There is the option for a live chat should the minor need to consult with somebody. The other point I would like to make is that these resources are not directed towards children who are 8, 9, 10 years old. These are for teenagers who do have significant issues, questions, and need to speak to responsible adults that are vetted through our VDH. And so these are options available to them. Mr. President, one of my concerns with this bill is that we take away these options for our young people. In my work, I've encountered many young folks who have really not had responsible adults that they could turn to, seek advice, and get the support that they need. I have worked with students who have been abused by their own family members. And so when we talk about having parents making decisions, there are many, many children in our communities who do not have parental support, who do not have the kind of loving households that we would wish every child does. And these children need resources. They need adults who are going to listen to them and guide them, because sometimes they don't have that same stable family structure that we would wish for them. Mr. President, I would argue that this bill takes away critical resources, and it's addressing an issue that really doesn't exist in terms of helping our children, and I would ask that we not pass this bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. For what purpose does the senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Speak to the bill.
Senator, has the floor.
I just feel compelled to say that it was egregious decision-making to put that birds and bees site out to kids without checking with parents. It went to very young children. We talked about that before, well below the age of consent in any form. And I'm curious because we were told at the time it was okay because it was free from a grant, but now it's been shut down because it wasn't cost-effective. And I will tell you that the best thing for a kid who is questioning is a relationship. And that might be a medical relationship, but for those kids, those relationships happen with our first line, first responders, first screeners, which is our schools. And if we want every one of those kids to have access to a relationship with somebody that can help them when they're in jeopardy and they have a problem, we need to open our schools and make that personal and not a robot, not run by the state, but personal. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. For what purpose, Senator from Bedford, Senator Newman, rise?
Mr. President, of all the bills, I didn't want to weigh in, but I'm reading the bill and it's just not what we're talking about in many cases. Words in this section have meanings, and when it says the department, it doesn't mean schools. It means the Department of Health. And local Department of Health means the local Department of Health. There's nothing in this bill that says what can happen with school nurses and others. It's just not there. Mr. President, I don't know how many of you received the document. I agree with the Senator from Henrico. It was just a bad idea. And I got calls from all over my district. They were mad about it. They got a brochure to their child's name that says, don't tell, basically go around mom and dad and let's talk about a bunch of stuff. And it wasn't even VDH. It was a contractor, and they used federal money that was for another purpose. Well, no wonder it wasn't cost effective, because it was misused federal money that was supposed to be for another program. There was nothing right about what happened in that case. Mr. President, I don't know if the senator from Lynchburg's bill is perfect. It is, however, not what's been described here. It is not a school bill. It talks about contractors that come in through the department. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 1235? Senator from Lynchburg, Senator Peake.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I would disagree slightly with the senator from Bedford. I think this bill is very nearly perfect. And what it does is it talks about third-party contractors, and it says they shall not initiate contact with minors without the parents' permission. And the Birds and Bees started it, but there's still these 3 programs on the Virginia Department of Health that direct people to say, if you are a young person looking for answers to your sexual health questions, here are some other free anonymous resources similar to Birds and Bees. Text line, and then RU, and it says text. And then it says, want to talk to an actual person? No problem. Visit Planned Parenthood's live chat tool or text that and this number. Then they list Scarletine as a website with answers to all of your sexual health questions. If you need some assistance finding the right information, text your question. One of the organization's staff or volunteers can help point you in the right direction. And then Sex ETC is a sexual website made by teens for teens, where you can call in, the teen can call in, and then someone, it doesn't have to be a teen, and that's the other thing, there's nothing in the VDH that says you've got to be a certain age to use any of those resources. So an 8, 9, 10, 11, 12-year-old makes contact, leaves that text, and then somebody who is not an employee of the VDH, who is not a school doctor, a school nurse, or anybody with the VDH, contacts that 8, 9, 10, 11, 12-year-old with no state requirements or no guidelines from the Virginia Department of Health and talks to your child or the child of a parent in your district without the parent knowing and having no idea what they are talking about. This is a good, common sense, social justice bill, and I hope you all vote for it.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall Senate Bill 1235 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote?
Senator Norman, how do you vote?
Senator Norman votes aye.
Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 20, noes 19.
Ayes 20, noes 19. Senate Bill 1235 passes.
Returning to page 5, Senate Bill 1138, a bill relating to sexually transmitted infections, infected sexual battery repeal.
Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that Senate Bill 1138 pass, and speaking to that.
Senator, the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. To effectively combat the HIV epidemic, Virginia's #1 priority must be to create an environment in which all people want and have access to HIV testing, treatment, and other prevention options. However, Virginia has a law that targets people living with HIV for criminal prosecution and punishment based on HIV status. Criminalization does not protect people from acquiring HIV. These laws actually hinder HIV prevention methods. The existing law further stigmatizes and marginalizes people living with HIV. Senate Bill 1138 seeks to repeal Virginia's HIV criminalization statute. It has been introduced to repeal Virginia's outdated and ultimately counterproductive HIV laws. Senate Bill 1138 repeals sections of the code that disallow charges criminalizing the consensual sexual activity of those living with HIV, prohibits court-mandated HIV testing of individuals charged with certain crimes, and prevents charges being brought against people living with HIV who donate blood, bodily fluid, tissues, and/or organs. In addition, the bill modernizes the code, allowing for individuals convicted of prostitution or injection drugs drugs used to be offered the option of HIV testing instead of being mandated by the court, and also protects the privacy of their results. And now, Mr. President, I would like to yield to the senior senator from Richmond.
Thank the senator. Senior senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Speaking to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. When these bills were originally put in place in the 80s, they were put in place based on what the understanding was then about how HIV was transmitted. And they were put in place in order to receive federal funding under the Ryan-White Act. Over the past over 30 years, almost 40 years, we now understand more about how HIV is actually transmitted, and we've come to understand that what these laws actually do is counterproductive from a public health perspective. They continue to stigmatize HIV positive status. They do not incentivize, as a matter of fact, they have the opposite result of discouraging people from getting tested, discouraging people from sharing information about being tested. But they criminalize just being HIV positive in many ways. These laws make it a crime for someone who is HIV positive to have sex, period, with someone who is not, even though we know that there are safe ways for someone who is HIV positive to have sex. And there are, to the extent there are concerns about whether someone, there's just simply no reason to have laws that solely criminalize HIV, Hep C, and syphilis positive status, and not the many other diseases that are communicable based on old science. And that is why we've brought this bill to modernize our HIV laws to fit the science we know now, to remove the stigma, and to take away laws that were intended to advance public health, but actually do the opposite. Thank you, Mr. Chair, President.
Thank the senator.
Mr. President.
For what purpose, Senator from King George, Senator Stewart, rise?
Would the senior senator from Richmond yield for a question?
Will Senator yield?
I yield.
Senator yield, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to make sure that I understood this bill because I heard it in committee and perhaps I misunderstood. I don't want to vote to criminalize anybody for simply having a disease. But I would ask the gentlelady, it was my understanding that before this bill, it would be a crime in Virginia if an individual possessed the mens rea. And that's an important term, mens rea, the specific intent, the criminal intent to intentionally infect someone with a disease that could at least potentially kill them. I know we have better treatments now. That's what I thought this bill did. Am I misunderstanding that bill, Mr. President?
Senator, is the floor.
Mr. President, this bill repeals and modernizes a number of statutes, but specifically to the one that he is talking about, it does repeal a statute that specifically made it a crime to intentionally infect someone with HIV and hepatitis C. Those are the only communicable diseases that that statute targeted. However, there is still another code section, malicious wounding, that if someone intentionally infects someone with a communicable disease, and particularly one that is potentially deadly, you would fit under the malicious wounding statute, which would address any person who, among other things, by any means would cause bodily injury with the intent to maim, disfigure, disable, kill. And if you intentionally infect someone with a disease, someone has already been convicted and can continue to be convicted under malicious wounding. So you don't need a separate statute that specifically targets HIV, Hep C, and syphilis.
Further question?
I'm not. I don't understand the law that way. I don't know that you could charge it under malicious wounding, but I do thank the gentlelady for answering my question.
Thank the Senator. For what purpose does the Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain, rise?
Mr. President, I rise to speak in opposition of the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, members of the Senate, Senator Stewart is exactly right as to what this does. I do not agree, and I was just consulting with my criminal law practitioner colleagues back here as to whether it is clear that somebody can be prosecuted successfully for malicious wounding in the event that they intentionally infect somebody with HIV, syphilis, or hepatitis B. And it is not clear. What this bill does, many of the things that this does, I don't disagree with. And I think that it is a laudable purpose in large part what this bill seeks to do. I think that science has evolved, treatment has evolved, and many of the objectives of this bill are worthy of legislation. But if you look at line 854, the very last line of this bill, it repeals Virginia Code Section 18.2-67.4:1, which is the infected sexual battery statute. And what that statute provides is it doesn't criminalize sexual contact between people or somebody who has AIDS and somebody else. It doesn't criminalize sexual contact between somebody with syphilis and somebody else even, or hepatitis B and somebody else. But what it does criminalize is knowingly having that disease and having unprotected sex with somebody with the intention of infecting them with AIDS, hepatitis B, or syphilis. Why on earth would we want to repeal that statute? I heard the suggestion that it doesn't criminalize things like gonorrhea or chlamydia or other sexually transmitted diseases. And, maybe those are valid points. Maybe those need to be addressed in some fashion, but repealing this because those other diseases are not in there is the height of irresponsibility. Now, I don't know whether many people have been prosecuted under this statute, but there have been, over the course of the past 10 years, a lot of stories in the news across the country about people doing exactly what this statute criminalizes. How can somebody disagree with the notion that if I have AIDS that is untreated, I'm not talking about undetectable HIV, but untreated AIDS, and I have unprotected sex with the intention of transmitting that to somebody, that I shouldn't be prosecuted under this statute? While much of this bill is laudable, this is not, and alone this warrants the defeat of this legislation.
For what purpose does the Senator from Lynchburg, Senator Peake, rise?
To speak to the bill, and I submit.
Senator's the floor.
And defer to some of our former prosecutors. the junior senator from the city of Richmond. This is not covered under malicious wounding, which is exactly why we have this statute, because malicious wounding requires some kind of a bodily injury with force, cutting, stabbing, kicking, beating. That's what malicious wounding is. And the whole reason we have this statute is because when they discovered AIDS back then, it wasn't covered under malicious wounding. So that's why they put in hepatitis C, AIDS, and other sexually transmitted diseases. It makes, the statutes that are being repealed make no effort whatsoever to stigmatize anyone who has the disease. The statutes make it a crime to knowingly and intentionally infect someone with one of these diseases. Hepatitis C cost a fortune to get over. They just recently got a cure for it. AIDS could be deadly. Herpes can't be cured. That was the purpose of these statutes, not to stigmatize someone, but to make it a crime to intentionally and knowingly infect somebody with one of these horrible diseases. This is a bad bill.
Do any senators other than the patron wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 1138?
Mr. President.
The junior senator from Richmond City, Senator Morrissey.
I'm trying to do some research. Could we pass this by, for a day? I need to determine something.
Any objection?
Mr. Chair.
Senior senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan.
I don't object, but I would, because it's fresh in everybody's mind, I would like to respond to some of the points that have been made before we take this by for the day.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I had a hard time pulling up this code section in question, but I would note that the way the code section is written, it deals with infected sexual battery of HIV, syphilis, or hepatitis B. HIV and AIDS are actually two different conditions, number one. So, number two, there actually was someone in April of 2016 who was convicted of malicious wounding for attempting to infect someone with HIV. So malicious wounding can and has been used for this, but I would note that the infected sexual battery code we are eliminating does not cover intentionally infecting someone with AIDS. It's HIV, hepatitis B, and syphilis. And with that, if we'd like to take this by for the day, I'm fine with that.
Mr. President, Senator Norman.
Senator from James City County, Senator Norman. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before we take the vote on passing it by for the day, it seems fairly simplistic to me that if the patrons wanted support of this, that they would reflect on eliminating that repeal of that specific provision. But as I'm listening to the discussion, it does take me back to those days when I was teaching in law school. And one of the concerns I have is whether or not we are presenting our judges with a clear expression of what the legislative intent is. And I understand the malicious wounding malicious wounding statute very well, and I think I understand the criminal portion of this bill that is seeking to repeal. My concern is that if in the future we have repealed this provision and then prosecution is undertaken under the malicious wounding statute, that judges are going to be scratching their head about legislative intent. And legislative intent, it can be very important because we have the contradiction of the General Assembly just repealed these specific criminal code provisions that deal with this. And now you're asking us to put all of those cases under malicious wounding. That contradiction or confusion makes no sense to me, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1138? Without objection, Senate Bill 1138 will go by for the day.
Senate Bill 1439, a bill relating to the Department of Education, guidelines on excused student absences, civic engagement.
Senior Senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that Senate Bill 1439 pass and speak to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, this has nothing to do with sex or death or cats or anything else so controversial.
Does the senator want the bill to go by for the day?
No. As a matter of fact, Mr. President, this is the most bipartisan bill we are going to see all year. This is a bill that is the brainchild of a group of Virginia Young Democrat Teen Caucus members and the Virginia Federation of Teen Republicans, who, as a result of a text exchange, worked together to create a bill that modeled after a policy already adopted in Fairfax Public Schools that would allow an excused absence for middle and high school students to participate in a civic event. And I think I am doubly heartened by this bill, not only because it was the idea of and has been very passionately advocated on behalf of by Democrats and Republicans, but by members of a generation, Generation Z, who have been pretty skeptical about government and whether government can address their needs or if their voices will even matter. So by passing this bill, we can show not only do their voices matter, but we encourage them to make their voices heard. And with that, I ask we pass the bill.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 1439? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 1439 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote?
Senator Norman, how do you vote?
Senator Norman votes aye.
The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 25, noes 14.
Ayes 25, noes 14. Senate Bill 1439 passes.
Senate Bill 1144, a bill relating to aircraft registration and licensing.
Senator from King George, Senator Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand to request we put a muzzle on the gentleman from Franklin.
Without objection? No objection. Senator has the floor.
Move the bill pass and speaking to it, Mr. President.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, this was an issue that came to me from a constituent. It had to do with double taxation on airplanes that visited Virginia to do business. And so ultimately what we did was we just cross-referenced a section from the tax code into the airline code, the Department of Aviation code, which doesn't cost us any more money, but it may in fact give aviation a little more flexibility to determine if they have paid their taxes or not. So with that, I move we pass the bill.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 1144? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 1144 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote?
Senator Norman, how do you vote?
Senator Norman votes aye.
Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 0.
Ayes 38, no 0. Senate Bill 1144 passes.
Senate Bill 1160, a bill relating to vehicles, liens, abandoned vehicles, removing vehicles involved in an accident.
Senator from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline.
Thank you, Mr. President. We finally got to the tow truck bills. This is wonderful. Mr. President, I move that the Senate pass Senate Bill 1160. Speaking to that motion.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. A lot of you are aware that out near the center from Roanoke City and my area in the 81 corridor, we often have some wrecks on the interstate that, if they're not cleaned up quick enough, result in even bigger wrecks that cost people money and often cost lives. And so it's very important that we get those collisions cleaned up as quickly as possible. And 4 years ago, there was an effort in the General Assembly to do that by creating a program to let tow truck operators use state right-of-ways and median crossings to help with this process. And at the time, the intent was to let there be some limited liability protection for the operators. But what it said at the time was those protections would exist if they failed to act at the direction of the state. We are fixing that today. The senator from Fairfax City is not as interested in this, unfortunately, as everything else. It also discusses mechanics liens, which I think he might be interested in. But in the effort to speed things along, I hope you will all support Senate Bill 1160 and help us make things move quicker on I-81.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 1160? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 1160 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote?
Senator Norman, how do you vote?
Senator Norman votes aye.
Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 36, noes 3.
Ayes 36, noes 3. Senate Bill 1160 passes.
Senate Bill 1259, a bill relating to the Virginia Highway Corporation Act, alteration of certificate of authority, powers and duties of the State Corporation Commission.
Senator from Loudoun County, Senator Bell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage of the bill.
Thank you, Senator. You have the floor.
I will be very brief. We debated about this bill yesterday. It's concerning the Dulles Greenway, and I don't think we need to say any more. In the interest of time, I move passage.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 1259? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 1259 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote?
Senator Norman, how do you vote?
Senator Norman votes no.
The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 32, noes 5.
Ayes 32, noes 5. Senate Bill 1259 passes.
Senate Bill 1397, a bill relating to conditional release of geriatric or terminally ill inmates, notice to attorney for the Commonwealth.
Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Mr. President, I would move that the bill pass, and speaking to the motion, sir.
Senator has the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have been discussing through this session releasing prisoners for geriatric reasons, health reasons, terminally ill reasons, and other policy changes that are being made. This bill merely adds a paragraph 9 under the itemized authority that the parole board has, and it just indicates that if someone is going to be released either for a geriatric or terminally ill reason, and they have been convicted of a felony, that they will notify the attorney for the Commonwealth of the jurisdiction where the individual is convicted at least 21 days beforehand. And it can be done by a verifiable electronic means in order to expedite it.
Thank the senator. For what purpose is Senator from Loudoun County, Senator Bell, rise?
Briefly speaking to the bill, Mr. President.
Senator has the floor.
pushed pretty hard for several years for geriatric release. We had about a 2-hour debate on the special session, and I just want to say I think this is a very prudent measure in this bill. I wish we would have added it in the bill that I did, and ask everyone to support the measure.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 1397? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 1397 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote?
Senator Norman, how do you vote?
Senator Norman votes aye.
Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 36, noes 3.
Ayes 36, noes 3. Senate Bill 1397 passes.
Senate Bill 1470, a bill relating to vehicle registration special communication needs indicator.
Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
Mr. President, I move that the bill pass. And speaking to the measure.
Senator, has the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. This bill is addressing issues related to people who have disabilities that can impair communication. It deals with it as it relates to situations that could be encountered with interaction with law enforcement people, particularly in road situations. And what it would do was allow that for an individual who would be frequently riding in a car or other vehicle that has a significant disability related to communication. These would frequently are individuals who have intellectual or developmental disabilities, maybe on the autism spectrum, other types of things. They may be minors, but they also may be adults that are there that do have these types of disabilities. Right now, there is a provision that if it's a driver and the person who owns a vehicle, when they get their registration, they can have this indicated on the registration itself, so that a law enforcement officer would be likely to know that there is someone who is involved in this car or other vehicle that has this type of disability. What this would do is allow it to be not only the driver of the vehicle, the owner of the vehicle, that would be someone who would be impacted by this, but a passenger, such as a child of the individual who would be driving in most situations. This is important because there are a history of cases of interactions between people with on the autism spectrum or with intellectual or developmental disabilities who have had confrontations with law enforcement officers when the law enforcement officers did not understand that the individual had this type of disability that impacted communication. And in some cases, it's been serious injuries to these individuals with these disabilities. In some cases, that have actually been fatal in terms of the interactions. This is something I think would expand provision that was put in not too long ago and make it apply not only to the owner of the vehicle, but to a passenger who most likely in many situations would be a sibling or a child that would be affected by this. So with that, I move that the bill pass.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 1470? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 1470 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote?
Senator Norman, how do you vote?
Senator Norman votes aye.
The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Ayes 39, noes 0. Senate Bill 1470 passes.
Mr. President.
Senior Senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove.
Thank you, Mr. President. Having voted on the prevailing side where we passed Senate Bill 1160 on page 6, I'd ask that we reconsider that vote.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall the vote by which Senate Bill 1160 was passed be reconsidered? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote?
Senator Norman, how do you vote?
Senator Norman votes aye.
Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 37, noes 0.
Ayes 37, noes 0. The motion is agreed to. Senator from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate pass Senate Bill 1160, having previously been explained and having been encouraged to shorten my explanation.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. For what purpose, Senator from Franklin County? Senator Stanley rise.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the senator from Roanoke County yield for a question?
Will the senator yield?
No.
Senator does not yield.
Thank you, Mr. President. Speak to the bill.
Thank the senator. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. What the patron of the bill, and he's well-meaning, and if you remember, the patron replaced a gentleman from Roanoke who he had worked for and who was the senator before him. And the one thing I know about that senator who served before him is that he would never want to give a private entity power over your personal property. Mr. President, unfortunately, as the bill sounds great because it's supposed to allow these tow trucks access ways to take cars off the highways to prevent accidents, what he fails to tell you, if you'll look at this bill, look farther down into the bill, is it creates, why he won't answer the question, is it creates a mechanic's lien over the person's car that they take possession of, subject to their disposal in payment of their fees. It's a huge, enormous stripping of the rights of people over their personal property to the benefit of a private actor such as a tow truck company. And yet, my good friend, the senator from Roanoke County, in committee, and then again today because he was cut off, failed to tell us this just wasn't a safety bill. Ladies and gentlemen, I must tell you, and the reason that I voted no, is this is taking of people's property without due process. It's un-American. And quite frankly, it shouldn't happen. We have mechanics lien for a purpose, Mr. President, because when a mechanic, the whole context of a mechanics lien is the mechanic opens your hood, goes into your car, makes those changes, puts those parts in, you drive away, his work, his toil, his handiwork is gone with the car. So you don't get the car back until you pay for it. That's a mechanics lien, technically. But this is giving a tow truck driver company enormous power over your personal property and all your citizens' personal property, subjecting them to being held hostage to get their property back or their property gets sold off. Un-American indeed. I urge you vote red on this horrible bill that the former senator of the 19th District, the Honorable Ralph Smith, would say, I'd never carry that bill. That's a bad bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. For what purpose is Senator from Western Fairfax? Senator Marsden rise.
Thank you, Mr. President. Speak to the bill.
Senator, has the floor.
This bill was a result of a study of the Division of Motor Vehicles, a state entity that knows about these things. And when people mess up on the highways and leave their cars and then don't pay their tow bills, what else are they going to do? So I think this is a good bill. It's in a good shape. It ought to pass again. I move that the bill pass.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 1160? Seeing none, question is, shall Senate Bill 1160 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote?
Senator Norman, how do you vote?
At 6:30, I vote aye.
The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 31, noes 7.
Ayes 31, noes 7. Senate Bill 1160 passes.
Uncontested calendar, Senate bills on second reading.
Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, I move that, all Senate bills on second reading on the uncontested calendar, pages 8 through 10, that's Senate Bill 1234 through 1475, be advanced to their engrossment and third reading in a block after the adoption of any amendments thereto. Any senator desiring to move a bill from the block, please do so after the clerk has read the number of the bill.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall all Senate bills on second reading on the uncontested calendar on pages 8 through 10, Senate Bill 1234 through Senate Bill 1475, be engrossed in advance to their third reading in the block after the adoption of any amendments thereto, and that any senator desiring to remove a bill from the block will do so after the clerk has read the number of the bill. All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will read the number of the bills.
Senate Bill 1234, reported from the Committee on the Judiciary with a substitute.
Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move the substitute.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted.
Senate Bill 1267, reported from the Committee on Local Government. Senate Bill 1415, reported from the Committee on the Judiciary with amendments.
Senator from Franklin County, Senator Stanley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I now move that the committee amendments be agreed to.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee amendments be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendments are agreed to.
Senate Bill 1426, reported from the Committee on the Judiciary with amendments.
Senator from Franklin County, Senator Stanley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I now move that Senate Bills 1426's committee amendments be agreed to.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee amendments be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendments are agreed to.
Senate Bill 1475, reported from the Committee on the Judiciary with a substitute.
Senator from King George, Senator Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the substitute be agreed to.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to. Question is, shall the Senate bills be engrossed in advance to their third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bills are engrossed in advance to their third reading.
Senate bills on second reading.
We're going to.
Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Yeah, on the uncontested calendar.
Yes.
Mr. President, I move that all Senate bills now on the third reading on the uncontested calendar, again, that's pages 8 through 10, Senate Bill 1234 through 1475, that the rules be suspended and the constitutional reading of the titles be dispensed with.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the rules be suspended and the third reading of the titles of the bills be dispensed with? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote?
Senator Norman, how do you vote?
Senator Norman votes aye.
Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The reading of the titles is dispensed with. The bills are now before the Senate on final passage. Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, I move that all the Senate bills now on third reading on the uncontested calendar, again, pages 8 through 10, Senate Bill 1234 through 1475, be placed on their final passage in a block. Any senator desiring to move a bill from the block, please do so after the clerk has read the number of the bill.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall the Senate bills on the uncontested calendar, third reading, pages 8 through 10, Senate Bill 1234 through Senate Bill 1475, be placed upon their final passage in the block with the understanding that any senator desiring a bill be removed from the block will do so after the clerk has read the number of the bill. All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. The bills are before us in the block. The clerk will read the number of the bills.
Senate Bill 1234, Senate Bill 1267, Senate Bill 1415, Senate Bill 1426, Senate Bill 1475.
Question is, shall the bills in the block pass? All in favor of passage of the bills will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no.
Mr. President,
Senator from Northern Chesapeake, Senator Spruill.
would take SB 1475 out of the block, please.
Without objection, Senate Bill 1475 is removed from the block. Any other senators wish to be recognized? Seeing none, the question is, shall the bills in the block pass? That is all bills except for Senate Bill 1475. All in favor of passage of the bills in the block will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote?
Senator Norman, how do you vote?
Senator Norman votes aye.
Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The bills in the block pass.
Returning to Senate Bill 1475.
Senator from King George, Senator Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill pass and speaking to it.
Senator, has the floor.
Mr. President, this bill dealt with the search warrants bill that passed out of here this special session, and it was some minor revisions that actually came to the body from the chiefs of police and some other groups that worked on it. For instance, under the bill that was passed, you would have had to have gone into a McDonald's in uniform and announced your intentions. We didn't want to do that, so the bill defines a place of abode. It talks about the search warrant in someone's place of abode. It sets a time frame for the search to be performed, and there are other clarifying matters with regard to the actual search. Doesn't do anything to the exclusionary rule part of the bill. I actually showed it to the patron, the senator from Hampton, and I think her exact words were she had no objection. She didn't say she supported it, but she had no objection. And we did a lot of work on this in the courts committee, so with that, I'd ask you to support the bill, unless you have a question.
Thank the Senator. For what purpose does the Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Surville, rise?
Speaking to the bill.
Senator, has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to also echo the comments of the senator from King George that these were basically some cleanup edits that the chiefs of police had requested at the very end of the process during the special session. It was too late in the process to work them into the bill, and the governor didn't make them as part of governor's amendments. And so we have them here in a bill, and the courts committee heavily vetted this and got it in a place where we thought it was in good shape. So I would ask the body to likewise support the bill.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 1475? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 1475 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? All the senators voted. Do any senator desire to change their vote?
Senator Norman, how do you vote?
Senator Norman votes aye.
Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 1.
Ayes 38, noes 1. Senate Bill 1475 passes.
Regular calendar, Senate bills on second reading.
Want to read the
Senate Bill 1198, a bill relating to Government Data Collection and Dissemination Practices Act, license plate readers. Reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology with amendments.
Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would move to waive the
floor substitute. I'm sorry.
move to waive the reading of the floor substitute.
I think we need to reject the committee amendment first.
Okay. I move that we reject the committee amendment.
With the recommendation that they be rejected, the question is, shall the committee amendments be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
Noes have it. The committee amendments are rejected. Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. President. So now we have in front of us the floor amendment, and for those of you watching on the video, this is the floor amendment dated January 29th at 11:10 a.m. So that's the version you should have in front of you. Basically just consolidates all the language about no known relevance and both move to waive the reading. Thank you.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the reading of the floor substitute be waived? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The reading of the floor substitute is waived. Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Thank you. So just to get back to where I was, this substitute basically consolidates all the language on pending investigation, no known relevance, and all of the other things. And I assume we'll get to this in substance, but I would just simply ask the body to adopt this substitute, and then I think we'll take up the substantive discussion at the next read.
Thank the Senator. For what purpose is Senator from Western Fairfax, Senator Marsden, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a quick question for the senator from
Senator Yield.
Fairfax City.
I yield.
Senator Yield, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. With regard to the cameras that are on school buses and reading license plates of people who are passing school buses and dealing with those kinds of things, does this impact the ability to continue that program?
Senator has the floor.
Well, under the hypothetical that we actually would have school buses, I'd be happy to address that. But assuming we had school buses out on the highway, the short answer is it would not impact that because, one, if there was a violation, then the evidence of that violation, by definition, would have known relevance. And then, secondly, it would also be evidence of a civil or regulatory violation. So it would be captured by both parts of the Savings Clause.
Thank the senator. For what purpose, Senator from Fauquier, Senator Vogel rise?
I'm here, Mr. President, and I don't know how to work the mic. Thank you, Mr. President.
Good. We're happy you're back.
With all deference to the patron, could I ask that this go by just for about 2 minutes so I could talk to the patron for a second?
Without objection?
Thank you, Mr. President.
Without objection, Senate Bill 1198 will go by temporarily.
Senate Bill 1384, a bill relating to the Virginia Public Procurement Act, local arbitration agreements. There are 2 floor amendments and a floor substitute.
What purpose is, Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Servo.
Thank you, Mr. President. We've actually worked out a deal on this, but we're not ready to present it today. But just to put it in a posture to save us a little time tomorrow, Mr. President, I would move to withdraw all of the floor amendments and the floor substitute, and I'll be back with a substitute tomorrow that'll solve everything.
Thank the senator. Without objection, the floor substitute and the floor amendments are all withdrawn.
I would ask the bill go by for the day.
Thank the senator. Without objection, Senate Bill 1384 will go by for the day.
Senate Bill 1129, a bill relating to veteran service organizations' paramilitary activities, reported from the Committee on the Judiciary with a substitute.
Senator from Spotsylvania, Senator Reeves.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd move the substitute.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted. Senator from Spotsylvania, Senator Reeves.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would move to engross and advance the bill to its 3rd constitutional reading.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed in advance to its 3rd constitutional reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed in advance to its 3rd constitutional reading.
Senate Bill 1306, a bill relating to assault and battery penalty, reported from the Committee on the Judiciary with a substitute.
Junior Senator from Richmond City, Senator Morrissey.
2 floor amendments.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that the committee substitute be adopted.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted. Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
I have 2 floor amendments that are amendments to the substitute, the line amendments. If you look at the bill, there are the good parts of it. I move that we waive the reading of the 2 floor line amendments.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the reading of the floor amendments be waived? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The reading of the floor amendments is waived. Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, this is a bill that has some good parts and not so good parts. The first page talks about if a defendant has diminished capacity or autism spectrum disorder, and it deals with that. That's the good part. The part that was controversial and that I did not like, and a lot of law enforcement people didn't like it either, is the last 5 lines, 19.2-9.2, prosecution of assault and battery against a law enforcement officer. The way it was written is written now, and I have a line amendments to deal with it. It says, before you can, a law enforcement officer can arrest somebody who's just assaulted them, you have to have another law enforcement officer investigate it and have a Commonwealth attorney approve it before the arrest. That's just totally impractical. It's not going to happen. And so, Mr. President, I've changed the language here so that it says, in the event of an arrest of a person who's assaulted a law enforcement officer, then before trial, another law enforcement officer should investigate that, and that information in discovery should be turned over to the defendant before trial. The Commonwealth attorneys are out of the picture. So this allows a law enforcement officer who's just been socked and assaulted can arrest a person right then and there. But before trial, another law enforcement officer who's not the subject of the assault should investigate the matter, and that information could be turned over to the defendant before trial. That's all it does. It makes it very simple and easy to use, and I urge that, and I think the law enforcement community would appreciate this change. And so with that explanation, I move the two floor amendments be adopted.
Thank the Senator.
Mr. President.
Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of the senator's proposed amendments. While I know the intent was well-founded on those last 5 lines in the 19.2.9.2, totally impractical, putting just a completely unreasonable burden on a law enforcement officer who's being assaulted at a time, and he's supposed to pause, bring another law officer in, and contact a Commonwealth attorney. I compliment the senator for his amendment and encourage the body to support it.
Thank the Senator. For what purpose, Senator from Northern Chesapeake, Senator Spruill rise.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A question for the Senator.
Senator Yield. Senator Yield, you have the floor.
Yes. Senator, the second part you raised, you're bringing in the second officers to investigate with the first officer. Isn't that the problem we're having now? That you're having a policeman to investigate another policeman? And that's the problem we're having now. So my question is that, could that be changed? I don't think you can get a fair shake, in my language, what you want to say it, where you can have another policeman investigate another policeman. That ain't going to happen. You know it.
Senator's the floor.
I disagree. It simply says the alleged assault and battery should be investigated by another law enforcement officer who was not the subject of the alleged assault and battery. So you have a third person, third party coming in and taking a look at the thing. How else would you do it? I mean, I think that's the only way to do it. Makes perfectly good sense to me.
Mr. President?
Or the question?
It does make sense, but it's the same thing. We have a problem now. If that when we have a problem with the officer and they turn over to the internal affairs, and we say that's the same thing. A cop investigating another cop, they're not gonna find him guilty. That was my question.
Well,
Senator's the floor.
Yeah, Mr. President, I think you have to trust our law enforcement officers. They're honorable people.
No, they're not all of them.
Yes, and sometimes they do act. Look what happened to George Floyd in that situation.
Yeah.
But hopefully that is very unusual. But you have to trust our law enforcement officers. They're honorable people. And I think by getting a third party who's not the subject of the assault and battery to come in, this is the way you can get a more objective approach in case there's a question about the assault and battery.
Mr. President, would the gentleman from Roanoke City yield?
I'll be happy to yield.
Senator Yield, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I would tell the senator from Chesapeake, I understand his concern. What this does is say the following, that if an officer is involved, an LEO is involved with an assault with a civilian, another individual, that officer isn't the victim, the witness, the person who takes out the charges. There has got to be somebody else to investigate it. Therein lies the reason to say on lines 104 and 105, another law enforcement officer. I hope that assuages the concern of the gentleman from Chesapeake.
Okay, really quickly. The junior senator from Richmond City, you asked the senator from Roanoke City to yield for a question. Did the senator want to ask a question?
Excuse me.
Or did you just want to speak to the...
I wanted to, I beg your pardon, Mr. President. I wanted to speak to the matter. I've just done that.
Thank the senator. For what purpose, the senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Servell, rise?
Speaking to the floor amendment.
Senator's the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, first of all, the language that we're trying to amend is something we've already passed once before in the special session. I wrote it. The genesis of this language was this. When we took testimony during the summer over what we ought to do in terms of criminal justice reform, one of the witnesses who testified about the assault on police officer situation was somebody named Colonel Pike. Colonel Pike's advice to us was he said that one of the problems, or I mean, I can't remember if he testified about this specifically, but I know I had a conversation with him, and he said that he feels like one of the reasons the assault on police officer statute is charged in situations involving things like onion rings or water on shoes or laser pointers or all the very de minimis minor assaults that anybody would be shocked to think could possibly constitute a felony carrying a 6-month mandatory minimum sentence is because the officer is the victim, the primary witness, the one who makes the charging decision, and has a massive conflict of interest. We don't let victims make those types of decisions in our criminal system, in our justice system. So we put this language in here to ensure that there would be a neutral party that would look at this situation. We considered the practicality issue that the senator from Roanoke has raised. If a police officer is in a situation where they've been assaulted, they can swear out a warrant for misdemeanor assault. They can book the person on that, put them in the system, and off they go. In the meantime, they can bring in another officer to investigate the matter afterwards, and then that officer takes the matter to the Commonwealth Attorney. And if the Commonwealth Attorney thinks that whatever this occurred, whether the onion ring or the water on the shoes or, the bump in the hallway, if they think that merits jacking somebody up on a felony with a 6-month mandatory minimum, the Commonwealth Attorney can make that decision and then have the person indicted for that, like they do on many other felonies. And that was why the process we came up with, that we all voted on and approved last session. And so, Mr. President, I appreciate that the senator from Roanoke has, I guess his position on this has evolved, but from my point of view, this amendment isn't necessary, and the policy that we enunciated and enacted last session was appropriate. It mitigated the possibility of people being charged with 6-month felony mandatory minimum charges for very minor incidents. And I think we need to reject the floor amendment.
Mr. President, over here.
Senior Senator from Virginia Beach, Senator D. Steph.
Will the gentleman from Eastern Fairfax County rise for a quick question and clarification?
Will Senator yield?
I'll yield.
Senator Yield, you have the floor.
Mr. President, if you can ask the gentleman from Eastern Fairfax County, when was the last time an officer actually made the charging decisions? It's my understanding of the law, the way it works, that Commonwealth attorneys actually make the charging decisions.
Senator, the floor.
Mr. President, that's not how it works. When an officer brings somebody in, when they take, and you can ask, I'm sure the senator from Spotsylvania could probably enlighten us on all this as well. When somebody's arrested, the officer takes them into custody, if it's an arrestable offense, then takes them down to the magistrate. They go in front of the magistrate, explain to the magistrate what it is that happened. The magistrate then says, these are the offenses for which you've just enunciated probable cause for, and they issue the felony warrants on the spot and hand them to the person. That's what happens in most cases, not all, but in most cases. And the Commonwealth Attorney doesn't get involved until later. In many states, they have processes by which the Commonwealth Attorneys have to make decisions to charge felonies, but not in Virginia. Virginia is different in that regard.
Mr. President,
further question?
I just wanted to make sure I understood this clearly from the senator from Eastern Fairfax County. The magistrate or the Commonwealth Attorney are the ones that actually are the charging decisions for the individuals, not the police officer.
Senator, the floor.
Mr. President, what I would say is that, the magistrate takes input from the police officer. The magistrate says, what do you want to do with this? That happens sometimes. I'm seeing nodding head from the senator from Spotsylvania. And so the police officer is very involved in the charging decision, but the magistrate is there to ultimately issue the warrant.
Mr. President, I just wanted to clarify that the police officer, and I'm glad the gentleman from Eastern Fairfax County did,
that the police officer is not the one making the charging decision, that it's done by either the magistrate or the Commonwealth attorney. That was the point I was trying to get to. I thought it was a little misleading the way it was kind of laid out before. Thank you.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator from Roanoke City,
I think,
Senator Edwards.
there's substantial confusion. The original language says before any arrest, and indict, et cetera, including juvenile petitions against a juvenile. This could be a misdemeanor, or it could later become a felony. It depends. But my whole idea here is to make it practical. This says before any arrest, the officer's been assaulted. He can arrest somebody right then and there, and then take them down and you see the magistrate. I mean, the only practical way to do it is the way I've cleaned it up. That's the only practical way to do it. It doesn't work otherwise. So I hope the body would go ahead and accept these floor amendments. It is necessary. I hate to advise the senator from Eastern Fairfax, but somebody's totally confused. The officer does the arresting. You take it down. The person gets charged or indicted or whatever it happens to be, but he's arrested right then and there. And then later, you get a law enforcement officer to look into it, have a third party, and then you go forward. And if the Commonwealth attorney wants to get involved in terms of a felony, that's the one. That depends. It could be a misdemeanor. It could be a juvenile. But the only practical way to do it is the officer can arrest right then and there, and then later have another officer investigate it and turn all that information over to the defendant. That's the only way this is going to work. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator, for what purpose is the junior senator from Richmond City, Senator Morrissey, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I appreciate all the chefs working their hand at my dish. Let me say the following. To the senior senator from Virginia Beach, your intuition was correct. An officer who was involved in fisticuffs with somebody on the street will technically take that person into custody, therefore that person has been arrested, and bring him down to the magistrate. Once he's there at the magistrate, the police officer will say, Mr. Magistrate, this is what occurred, and the police officer may even recommend a charge, but the magistrate will be the judicial officer that issues the charge. So, with respect to the first floor amendment, the gentleman from Roanoke City came to me and he asked, can we delete the word before and insert the word in the event of? I agreed with him because by virtue of taking him from the street down to the magistrate's office, that person has been arrested even though the charging instrument hasn't been issued. So with deference to my friend from Eastern Fairfax County, I'd ask that you agree to the First Amendment and substitute the words in the event of before the word before. Then the Second Amendment, I think, is also not only practical and purposeful. It says that at the end of 105, where it says the arrest, delete that and simply insert such investigative information shall be provided in discovery to the defendant prior to trial. I agree that that is a purposeful amendment, and I'd ask that the body adopt both amendments. Thank you.
Thank the senator. For what purpose is the senator from Northern Chesapeake, Senator Spruill, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Speaking to the amendment.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, it's not that I don't trust police officers. All officers are not bad, but they all are not sugar and spice and everything nice either. The question is this: if an officer has been assaulted, but you are letting that officer carry the person down to the magistrate, and then you can get another officer going to investigate to make sure whether that officer has been assaulted by somebody. In our community especially, when we have a complaint against the officer, and they are turned over to the internal affairs, people don't call it, we were saying, are we really going to get a true investigation? You're having a cop investigating the cops. So in this difference, do I trust when the officer cuts someone down, and then to press the charges, then you bring another officer come in to investigate? Do you really think I believe that that officer that you go bring in to investigate his partner will say it's not like what it is, what he said? I don't believe it. And we, especially in the black community, time after time after time, we have seen that all officers are not honest. Most of them are. I said it, most of them are. But when you have someone investigate someone, let me tell you a short story. My two boys, when one took an apple out of the kitchen, and they agreed to divide it up. And I said, which one? And they kept quiet about it. And I beat both of them. When they got older, my son said, Dad, we ain't gonna tell on one another. You beat both of us, you were right. We ain't gonna do it. He said, 'cause that's my brother. We both got a beating. I'm not gonna tell him my brother. So that was my question. I asked, could someone else get involved into the third-party investigation? Because I don't truly believe that you can't get another officer going into investigate a case against this officer and he can tell the truth. Some might, but the majority, in my opinion, the way that black folks been treated by officers, I don't believe it. Thank you.
Thank the senator. For purposes, the junior senator from Richmond City, Senator Morrissey, rise.
Speaking to the measure, Mr. President, and addressing the gentleman from Chesapeake's concern.
Senator has the floor.
I've heard the gentleman from Chesapeake, and he's got a valid concern. It boils down to this: who polices the police in this matter? Here is the situation, and I would tell my friend and colleague from Chesapeake that when the police officer goes into the magistrate's office, somebody has to investigate it. The gentleman from Chesapeake says, I don't want another police officer to investigate it. Somebody has to do it. And I would tell my friend from Chesapeake that this bill gets the best of both worlds. Here's why. When that police officer goes into the magistrate and says, I want to charge this person with assaulting me, a law enforcement officer, the magistrate puts on the brakes. And it's going to be investigated really twofold by another police officer, and then also the final determiner as to whether the person is charged is the magistrate. All right? Now, the gentleman from Chesapeake says, I don't want a cop investigating a cop. Somebody has to investigate this matter. We are taking away the police officer that was the alleged victim, the arrestor, and now the investigator. We're taking him out and bringing, hopefully, in a neutral police officer. But even after that's done, the magistrate is still going to review it. So, I understand and I appreciate and I agree with the gentleman from Chesapeake's concern, but I think this accomplishes his goal. If there is another third person out there that can investigate, enlighten me. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding the floor amendments?
Mr. President, can I be heard on a procedural point?
Senator's the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't believe we severed the two amendments that the gentleman from Roanoke City raised. I would suggest that we do just that and take up his first amendment, which is simply deleting the word before and inserting the words in the event of. And I would ask the body to adopt that first amendment by the gentleman from Roanoke City.
Without objection, we will take up the two floor amendments separately, beginning with floor amendment number 1, offered by Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards. Question is, shall floor amendment number 1 be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Floor amendment number 1 is adopted. Taking up floor amendment number 2. The question is, shall floor amendment number 2 be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed,
Aye.
no. The ayes have it. Floor amendment number 2 is adopted.
Mr. President.
Junior Senator for Richmond City, Senator Morrissey.
Mr. President, I now move that the substitute, which has been amended by 2 floor amendments, be engrossed and passed along to its 3rd constitutional reading.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed in advance to its 3rd constitutional reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed in advance to its 3rd constitutional reading.
Senate Bill 1385, a bill relating to underground utility lines, Fairfax County, reported from the Committee on Local Government with a substitute.
Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Servell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill I move the committee substitute.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted. Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Servell.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move the bill be engrossed and advanced to its 3rd reading.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed in advance to its 3rd reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed in advance to its 3rd reading.
Senate Bill 1446, a bill relating to the practice of medicine and other healing arts, provision of litigation assistance, reported from the Committee on the Judiciary with an amendment.
Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Servell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was thinking maybe members of the body might want to collect some more doctors' email addresses. So could this go by for the day?
Thank the Senator. Without objection, Senate Bill 1446 will go by for the day.
Uncontested calendar, Senate bills on first reading.
Seniors.
Sorry.
Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
If I could go back to Senate Bill 1198, because I made the motion for the floor amendment to be adopted, and that was never acted on. So if I could get that in.
Senate Bill 1198.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm making a motion for the floor amendment to be agreed to.
Thank the Senator. Do any senators wish to be heard regarding the floor substitute? Seeing none, the question is, shall the floor substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The floor substitute is adopted. Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the bill be engrossed and passed on to 3rd reading.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed in advance to its 3rd reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed in advance to its 3rd reading.
Uncontested calendar, Senate bills on first reading.
Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, I move that that all Senate bills on first reading on the uncontested and regular calendars, that's pages 14 through 26, that's Senate Bill 1197 through Senate Bill 1443, that the rules be suspended and the first constitutional reading of the titles be dispensed with.
Thank the Senator. Question is, shall the rules be suspended and the first reading of the titles of the Senate bills on the uncontested and regular calendars, pages 14 through 26, Senate Bill 1197 through Senate Bill 1443, be dispensed with? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote?
Senator Norman, how do you vote?
Senator Norman votes aye.
Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 37, noes 0.
Ayes 37, noes 0. The reading of the titles is dispensed with. Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
I now move that those bills go by for the day.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the Senate bills on the uncontested and regular calendars now on second reading go by for the day? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bills will go by for the day.
Uncontested calendar, Senate joint resolutions on third reading.
Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, I move that the Senate joint resolutions on the third reading, uncontested calendar, pages 26 and 27, that's SJR 288 through SJR 323, be placed on their final passage in a block, and any senator desiring to move a bill from the block or a resolution, please do so after the clerk has read the number of the bill.
Thank the Senator. Question is, shall the Senate joint resolutions on the uncontested calendar, third reading, pages 26 through 27, Senate Joint Resolution 288 through Senate Joint Resolution 323, be placed upon their final passage in the block with the understanding that any senator desiring a resolution be removed from the block will do so after the clerk has read the number of the resolution. All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. The resolutions are before us in the block. The clerk will read the number of the resolutions.
Senate Joint Resolution 288, Senate Joint Resolution 293, Senate Joint Resolution 323.
Question is, shall the resolutions be agreed to in a block? All in favor of agreeing to the resolutions will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The resolutions in the block are agreed to.
Uncontested calendar, Senate Resolution on third reading. Senate Resolution 95.
Senator from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline.
Thank you, Mr. President. Can Senate Resolution 95 please go by for the day?
Thank the senator. Without objection, Senate Resolution 95 will go by for the day.
We now need to go to Senate Bill 1288. Senator Donovan.
Yep. Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Thank God, Mr. President. This means we're almost done. Mr. President, I would ask the body to reconsider the vote by which Senate Bill 1288 passed.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the vote by which Senate Bill 1288 passed be reconsidered? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote?
Senator Norman, how do you vote?
Senator Norman votes aye.
Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 0.
Ayes 38, noes 0. The motion is agreed to. Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I now ask the body to reconsider the vote by which the bill was ordered and ordered to be engrossed in advance to its third reading.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the vote by which the bill was ordered and engrossed in advance to its third reading be reconsidered? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote?
Senator Norman, how do you vote?
Senator Norman votes aye.
Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 0.
Ayes 38, noes 0. The motion is agreed to. Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I now move we waive the reading of the floor amendments.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the reading of the floor amendments be waived? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The reading of the floor amendments is waived. Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I now move we agree to the new floor amendments, and I'll explain.
Thank the senator. You have the floor.
I'm sorry to the body, but this bill got by in the uncontested calendar yesterday, and there were amendments requested by both the Department of Education and the Attorney General's office to make the bill better and simply to align the process with appropriate law and how things were being done so that they could be achieved. And with that explanation, I move we accept the amendments.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall the floor amendments be adopted? All in favor, the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The floor amendments are adopted. Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I now move that we engross and advance this bill to its third reading.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed in advance to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed in advance to its third reading. Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I now move that the bill pass and speak to that.
Does the senator, do you want to suspend the rules and dispense?
Indeed, I would. I would like to suspend the rules and dispense with a third constitutional reading.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the rules be suspended and the third constitutional reading be dispensed with? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote?
Senator Norman, how do you vote?
Senator Norman votes aye.
Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 0.
Ayes 38, noes 0. The rules are suspended and the third constitutional reading is dispensed with. Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I now move the bill pass and speak to that.
Thank you, Senator. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you to the members of the body for your patience. This is the IEP bill that is just implementing the recommendations of JLARC to improve the IEP process, and I thank you for your support, and I move we pass the bill.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 1288? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 1288 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote?
Senator Norman, how do you vote?
Senator Norman votes aye.
Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. Senate Bill 1288 passes.
Moving to the supplemental calendar. For Wednesday, I think it's still February the 3rd. Uncontested calendar, Senate bills on first reading.
Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, I move that all Senate bills on first reading on the uncontested and regular calendar, pages 1 through 22, that's SB 1162 through 1471, that the rules be suspended and first constitutional reading of the titles be dispensed with.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the rules be suspended and the first reading of the titles of the Senate bills on the uncontested and regular calendars, pages 1 through 22, Senate Bill 1162 through Senate Bill 1471 be dispensed with? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote?
Senator Norman, how do you vote?
Senator Norman votes aye.
Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The reading of the titles is dispensed with. Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, I now move that those bills be passed by for the day, and go ahead and take a vote on that.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the Senate bills on the uncontested and regular calendars now on second reading go by for the day? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bills will go by for the day. Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Yeah. Just an announcement for tomorrow. We need tomorrow to begin moving the bills that are on that will be on regular calendar, second reading. We need to try to start moving those bills up and through final passage. So take a look at the bills that are in there. There may be some highly controversial ones, but it seems to me that there's nothing there that we can't get through. But take a look at them and then talk it over with your caucus. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the Senator. Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
I can't believe we get around to asking this. Have we completed the calendar, Madam Clerk?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Thank the Senator. Is there any other business to come before the Senate?
Mr. President.
Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal.
Mr. President, if the Republicans can meet in the hallway for 2 minutes before we leave at the end.
Any objection? Yeah, there's an objection. No, no, that's fine.
Can I make an announcement?
For what purpose is the Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson?
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to remind everybody on the Ag Committee, we are meeting at 8 a.m. sharp tomorrow morning. We've got witnesses that need to get to work, and I want to get them testifying at 8 a.m., and we will be taking up Senator Hashmi's landfill bill. So please be there at 8 a.m. sharp. Thanks.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be recognized? Seeing none, the clerk will report any announcements on the desk.
The Finance and Appropriations Subcommittee on Higher Education will meet immediately upon adjournment in the East Committee Room. Senators Locke, Howell, Saslaw, Norman, Ruff, and Edwards. The Finance and Appropriations Subcommittee on Transportation will meet in the Senate chamber immediately upon adjournment. Senators Barker, Saslaw, Hanger, Newman, Deeds, Marsden, and McClellan. The Republican caucus will meet immediately upon adjournment in the hallway tomorrow, Thursday, February 4th. The Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Natural Resources will meet at 8 a.m. East Committee Room. The Committee on Privileges and Elections will meet at 8:30 a.m. in the West Committee Room. The Democratic Caucus will meet at 11:30 a.m. in the Democratic Caucus Room. And the Republican Caucus will meet at 11:30 a.m. in the Republican Caucus Room. There are 10 shopping days left.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Is there any other business to come before the Senate? Seeing none, actually, for what purpose is Senator from Western Fairfax? Senator Marsden rise.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just as for an announcement, we will not be having a Transportation Committee meeting tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank the Senator. Call on Madam President. Senator from Portsmouth, Senator Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that the Senate do now adjourn until 12 noon tomorrow.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the Senate stand adjourned until 12 noon tomorrow? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Senate will stand adjourned until 12 noon tomorrow.